check, baby. Countdown. Okay, let's go check and see what we got going on here. Dude, risk off. That one right there. That one. No. On, turn on. Let's see. Where? All right, let's get right into it. Good morning out there. I can see some of you guys are commenting. Good morning. How y'all doing? See here. Good morning, everybody. We've got a risk off warning today. Woof. Let's see here. Return some of this newest customization. I wonder if I should raise this up a little bit. Members, save, and then I gotta put this link out. Put this out. Close. How's everybody doing out there? How y'all doing out there? Let's get right into it. All right. Good morning out there. And give me one quick second here. This is going to be specifically to SPY, SPX, ES, ESF, S&P 500. S&P 500, all the love today. Live stream. Okay, we're going to get some special S&P 500 love. Now, I hate doing these warnings because this is up or down, doesn't matter. Because we're gonna take a look at, I think, December. And we're going to talk about, I think, December, right around there. We're going to talk about this morning. So I think that's it right there. Risk off warning. Okay. Good morning. We're going to see. I'm going to leave this post up here. If any of you guys could, if any of you are watching right now, if you could do me a solid this morning and repost that link to the live stream on your social media, I would appreciate it. Just so it's hard for me between the Discord, Twitter, YouTube. Oftentimes people say, oh, they'll say things like, you said this or you said that or whatever the fuck they say. And mostly it's because they don't follow all different socials to know where I'm at. You need like one way to get information to people, I guess, where it's, it's weird. Like sometimes people are like, this or that or whatever. I don't know how to explain that better, but anyways, if you could if this specific live stream, if you could just repost it that way, no one's like, hey, didn't say this or didn't say that or whatever. We have to talk about it. It's important. This is an important moment in the market for you as a participant. Even if you're a seller, there's a lot of important information you need to have for where we are and what's taking place this morning. I'm going to try to get James Roland on today if I can as well. He said he was going to be on yesterday, but I wasn't able to get on to stream yesterday. The night before, I ended up playing basketball, got worn I woke up yesterday morning, and I couldn't go down a flight of stairs. Like, that's how fucked up I was. And then I've got a daughter. My wife and daughters came home yesterday, Tuesday, and then my oldest is sick, so just like dominoes falling that I couldn't get on to stream yesterday. So I apologize for not being able to stream. I thought I was going to be able to stream yesterday, but then just like cacophony. As a matter of fact, today, because of one sick daughter and them just getting home, I have to go and do some other stuff at 4 p.m. today, too, for my youngest daughter, and I've got no way around it. So these are just commitments to family and commitments to, it's hard to explain. I thought things would get easier with kids as they got older, and they're getting harder. So whatever, it's what it is. So we have to talk about the cross that took place this morning. Give me one quick second here. I got to turn the fan on. It's hot here. We're having this like late autumn harvest summer in Michigan. It's awesome. That's why I was playing basketball the other night too. I played basketball till like 11 at night or something, maybe midnight. I'm not sure. It was awesome, by the way. And I got more of those events coming up too. So, okay, give me one quick second. It's just one fast second there. Okay, so let's get right into it. But we're going to get into some more earnings today. We'll talk about earnings today, so don't be fearful. We'll talk about some earnings that are coming up. And we're going to talk, though, about the market at large and something that you must understand. So I need everyone that's in this stream watching, whether you agree or disagree, to at least have an understanding. Sometimes I'll say these things and we come back and people say, yeah, you said this. And we're going to look at December. Let's see if we can look at December really quick. I think the 30-minute chart is fine for December. We're going to look at December. Hold on here. We're going to go to a full trigger screen. I think it was December. Yeah, right down in here. Right here. I said December. Matter of fact, I think this is the December move right here. I want to talk about two important time frames. We can actually look at so this is December right here. This was actually it. I think this was the big one. This was the big one right here. I don't know if you guys remember that. This one right here. And then this one right here, too, is kind of big as well. Now, we can look back over here. And we're going to talk about, when is this right here? This is March, right? So let's start back here, okay? So I want to, it's easier to show this on a daily chart. 1 day chart. Let's look at it on a 1 day chart. This is a 1 day chart here. We're going to look at, I don't know if we should look at SPX maybe. Well, we can do it. Maybe it's better to show on SPX. Okay. Right here. Now let's look back in time here. And whenever we break below, whatever price breaks below, or not price, whenever the daily trigger crosses, whenever the daily trigger crosses the monthly over here, right? Watch right here. Now we go into a risk off type scenario for major downside moves. It's very, very dangerous in here when we break through this. So if you're watching this cross, nope, not that cross, that one right there. That usually signifies high risk to the market for major downside to come. Now, we don't always have follow through. You can see this pull back up here. We got above, right? Bounced around, started rocketing off, came back down to check it, and then we're off and running again. But you have to think about it, okay? My point here being that, see, you got the cross right here. You see that cross? See the first cross with major move down, came back up, a cross here, right? So this is a time for warning. Not necessarily, hey, we're going to crash, but risk off warning, okay? So you get the other break is right here. You're automatically in a risk off warning. Now, if it resolves itself, everything is fine, and you don't have to worry about it, okay? If we rejected to the downside, you would have been warned in case if you had more downside to come. Does that example make sense to you at least? And then when we're over here, I'm going to show you some other examples of this too. You get the big cross right here. You get the big giant cross here, and then a bloodbath down. Same thing over here, bloodbath down on the monthly trigger. Same thing over here, major slam, 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 violent, high volatility moves, right? And then you can also see it right in here, right? Like wham, 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 right? The risk off is, the warning is taken off, and we rocket ship to the upside. So this isn't to say, because we're here, this isn't to say that we're going to crash, doom and gloom. But when you get the yellow line crossing that orange line, it leads to high volatility. So when you're looking at this cross that's taking place right now, see that yellow line crossing the orange line over here? When this cross takes place, what happen? It triggers three things. It triggers extreme volatility. It also triggers a risk-off warning. It needs to be confirmed. So when we're down here trading this right here, hold on here. When this happens, right, what it leads to is volatility, major volatility. And what the sellers are going to be looking for here is whatever this move is down, if it's to the monthly, if it's below the monthly, doesn't really matter. What really matters is the swing high. If that gets rejected, it's going to lead to some pretty big destruction in the marketplace. So we have a risk-off warning. It's not confirmed yet, but you're going to be looking for it. So I was talking to Joe this morning about it. Let me see if I can. I'm going to write some stuff out here on the screen for you so this is clear as day, okay? This cross right here, right? So the cross of daily trigger below weekly trigger brings risk off warning. The other thing that you need to understand about this, though, is it will still need to be confirmed. And if confirmed, you will likely be offered. You will likely be offered an exit strategy. We'll leave that up there like that. So cross of the DT below the WT brings risk off warning. Will still need to be confirmed. If confirmed, you'll likely be offered an exit strategy. And what this implies here is that none of this matters. Okay, it's not going to go straight to the depths of hell. What it's going to do, it's going to bounce, right? And it's going to ricochet up. So regardless of where that bounce is, you would still need to confirm it here. Does that make sense? So you've got the move down over here, right? You'll have a swing high and then a blast down below, and then you'd get the rejections and all that kind of stuff. Start pinning up here, rejecting, and we start looking for the next available level. And that is going to be on SPX 3470.87. So none of this is good. This is very unhealthy. As a matter of fact, it's going to also matter how we close this week out. Do you see, I want you to see this here. You see this orange line right here. When we close this week out, you'll start to see the orange line head lower. You'll see the daily trigger begin to race down next week, and we'll begin to make some violent moves up and down. Now, the caveat that I was talking to Joe about this morning to this would be, the one caveat to this morning that I wanted to leave Joe with was, even with this alert of a risk off, you're going to likely, high probability, you'll likely be giving a chance to exit, long or short. Listen to me closely on this, long or short. So if you are a seller or a buyer, it's not going to really matter. What does matter to you is that, let's say you're short right now, right? And you're like, everything is awesome. We're going to crash this, all this stuff. And if the market turns on you and it starts to rip higher, you're likely going to see us come right back down again. If you're a bull and you're like, hey, I'm trying to buy this dip down here, and you get caught in it, you're likely going to see the market rip higher. And let's say you're upside down or something, you're going to see it rip higher and give you a chance to make some money. So if I guess maybe I'm describing that wrong. The key point here is as this volatility will increase, you're going to be given chances if you're in the wrong to be in the right regardless. Does that make sense? So long, short doesn't matter. You're going to see violence from this point forward, and you're going to see some wild ass moves. If you are a seller, you're still waiting for that 430 rejection or even slightly higher. We could blast above that 430 and then but still come back down and check 430. And if that check doesn't hold, that is the boom, exit the market, get the fuck on out. Things are going to get violent. And we're going to go back to January of, we're going to go back to January here. We're going to go back right here really quick to January of 2022 as a fine example of this. So you've got the initial roll here, right? Watch this cross right here. Do you see that? That's the cross. Do you see how price? Do you see how price came back up to check it? Look closely here. You get the bloodbath down, right? Whoop. You get the squeeze back up over here, and then the rip down. This is still a daily chart on SPY, by the way. Some more blood down here, but the key point is it's a giant liquidity grab right here. But you still have the cross is still viable, right, on the yellow and orange. And that's where things got really nasty. If you were in the market in January of, my point that I'm trying to make to you here is, if you're in the market long, I wasn't at this point, but if you were long at this point in the market, the key driver would be that once this trigger started, right, bam, once that started and you're like, oh shit, I'm going to cut here, right, I'm going to cut, panic sell, there was still one more opportunity to exit the market actually near where you were before. Do you see that? Like way back here in December. So if you're a bull, don't panic. It can still resolve to the upside too, even though this went down. Had price gone higher, you would have had an opportunity to reposition again to the upside. So the only key thing that you need to know here right now is that we are definitely risk off. Waiting for a confirmation. Now, I do want to show you this December area here. I think this was December. And we had the same kind of a situation over here. We resolved to the upside. Same thing over here. Hey, we're going to crash. Resolve to the upside. So what you don't want to do is this. What you don't want to do here is you don't want to, panic sell this, right? You're like, oh shit, Cap saying we're having a crash warning, right? You panic sell this, we squeeze way back up here, even higher, and you could have gotten out way up here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if it's going to continue to the downside. So don't be a seller here, be a seller up here. I need to impress upon you the importance of where you are a seller. Does that make sense? And also impress the importance of, let's say if you're like a bull if you're a bull wanting to sell right here, you should have been a seller here. If you're a bear and you were selling this, you still have that chance to come back down over here and not get caught down here. Does that make sense? So just be I guess the idea is the swings are going to be wild, and whether it resolves to the upside or not. Let's say you're like I'm short right here. You would at least be given a chance over here with resolution to the upside to exit here rather than up here. If you're a seller here, get squeezed up here, you'd stay short until that happens. So just don't be the wrong time trying to sell. But at any rate, right now there is danger in the marketplace. Absolutely 100%. Have we broken trend? No, we have not. If you check trend right here, you see this low right here. We still have not broken trend. So trend's still alive to the upside. Bulls have hanging by a string, but bears are definitely, see that blue line right here? Bears are definitely going to want to smash down into this, create as much panic as possible in fear, and then get that giant squeeze up for that continuation to the downside. So just be aware of the mechanics of how this works itself out and what it can lead to. It can lead to some major, major downsides in the marketplace. Do not ever take a cross of this yellow and orange line as meaning nothing. It means a lot. It's a severe expect wild shit to come from this point forward. So I need you to at least understand that the power of that move can be seen today, tomorrow. Just this cross right here. This is a 1 minute chart right here. Just this cross right here is extreme bearishness and extreme bearishness in the marketplace. Now I don't know what's setting this off. I'm not that I don't. I'm assuming that it's front running an anticipation of the end of rate hikes. So these banks are going to front run this shit early, and they don't care. So I'm assuming you're thinking that process is going to take 1 month, right? If you're a seller or a bear, you're probably like, hey, we're going to crash today or this week, and we're going to restart the market because I'm positioned short. The process should take into at least springtime. Should take from now into, so then what are we in right now? We're in November, basically, right? So next 2 months and then another 3 months, that's 5 months of downside action it's going to take. But you need to, at this point, be prepared for that downside action and to be selling any and all rips at this point. So if I were to say, hey, Cap, do you have a bear suit on today? I don't, but I will. So my bear suit will come on above at that 430, 440 area. If we can roll that back down, it's going to become sell the market. So the bear suit is standing by, I should say. It's not like I'm not wearing it right now, but I'm going to be wearing it here very soon. The next month or two, you're going to see the full bear come out. So be conscious of it when it's happening. Back when we were streaming back in September, October, November of 2021, and I was telling people, hey, this is the time to get out, right? And now start to get out of Apple, all the big ones that the banks were supporting with corporate debt bonds. I was like, hey, some of this might get held up, and it did. It kept squeezing up into the beginning of the year. But then we finally got that roll in January, and we got the confirmation heading into, I believe, April or March or something like that. And then the real selling started. So this should be a process. Should be 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Anyone out there that tells you like, hey, crash today, Black Monday, any of that stuff is wrong. They are wrong. It normally takes time. Even in COVID being like a major moment in the market, we still had major squeezing that took place for those confirmations. That big roll that happened in COVID, where there was still giant squeezes up, and then we confirmed it to roll over. I'm not going to expect a COVID type of roll. You know, there's no reason for there to be that kind of a crash, fundamentally or technically. But be aware of it. Okay, so if you're a market participant, if you're a bull out there, right? I need you to. You guys know I'm a bull. I need you to know that you are being set up right now for a confirmation. You're being set up right now for a confirmation of the market to crash into February, April of next year. Now, it could take even longer. It could take the entire year, believe it or not. But if you're a bull, your only thing that you're doing at this point is looking to sell 430, 440, something like that. You're looking for that. If you don't see the will from buyers to step in up there and reverse it to the upside, you are not a buyer. You are risk off at this point with cash in the market. Let me see here. So you basically have, now how do I explain this? So you have it, like if you're a seller, You have the potential to have an extension to the downside. I've got this gray box over here. You've got an extension possibility down to 406.59-ish, somewhere in there. An extension to the downside right now. You likely don't get it. It's really overextended. But if you're a seller, your biggest thing here, like the thing that you need to like, here's a piece of advice to you if you're a bear. Bears, I don't dislike you. I know people come off saying Cap doesn't like sellers or Cap's always a bull. But if you're a seller, you know that I don't dislike you at all. You know that I tell you exactly what you're looking for. If you're a seller, you are at this point, regardless of price where we are right now, you're looking for that confirmation. It is key for you to get that confirmation it is key for you to get that. Like you're going to say, no way, Cap, I don't want that. But let's talk real truth trading here. You need the squeeze back up and then the rejection. And what that's doing is confirming to you that we're going to have a liquidation on a much higher time frame, on a 1 year, believe it or not, time frame of accumulation. So we're going to go from accumulation to not consolidation, but distribution on a 1 year time frame. Okay. And so you're looking, so that's your thing. If you're a seller, don't be drinking the fucking Kool-Aid out there and being like, yeah, my friends are telling me crash, Black Monday crash today or Black Friday crash and that kind of nonsense. Don't be listening to that shit out there. Stop drinking the fucking social media Kool-Aid. You need that confirmation. And so when you see it, if you see it in the next few weeks or the next 4 weeks, that rejection up there at 430, 440, something like that, you see the buyers don't have, you see the squeeze, and then you see that the buyers don't have the sentiment or the will to want to buy the market, you're likely going to see that market reject there and begin a steady decline over the coming 5 months at minimum. It should take until about April. So what's that, 4 months and then 2 more. So I said 5. Well, let's do it 6 months. It should take about 6 months, 3 to 6 months, somewhere in there, depending upon when the panic really begins. You won't see panic today either. I don't want you to think by this warning that you'll see like true panic today. But the true panic will kick in as that 430, 440 rejects. You'll then see the selling go below the monthly trigger. And that's when you're going to start triggering long-only funds to begin to hedge massively. That creates the waterfall puts. That creates the forced selling by major institutions. And you will see that cascading downside waterfall. So we failed to get a new high on the year, right? On 2022, we failed to get the new high this year. We are now starting to we have the official cross of the daily trigger over the weekly trigger. That triggers the warning immediately. And now we're just waiting for that confirmation for a liquidity grab from the upside to begin to make that staircase move down. Now, if you want to like pregame that, if you're looking to pregame that right now, or what are those targets in the springtime, I can give them to you right now. I can give you the actual numbers as of right now. They change over time, but I can give them to you with some kind of fair expectation of where we're going to go, from historical examples going all the way back to 1890 with the tool. So if you have access to the tool, you can already see these things. If you feel like you are missing out or something, or you missed this move down, you have not missed it. There's so much more down to go. And we're going to talk about something else here too. So if the bears get their confirmation, right? If a seller gets their confirmation up here, we begin to head lower. If they get that confirmation, you are guaranteed to see, at minimum to see a retest of this prior low from October, I believe, 12th. That will be 34.9665. Historically, and not only historically, but if you look at Wyckoff type stuff. If you guys are understand Wyckoff in any way, shape, or form, this failure of the new high up here, and this retest down below has a high probability of breaking below, even lower. So had bulls gotten the new high and failed, there would be a low probability of breaking this prior low from October. Does that make sense to you? So had we gotten a new high from 2022, we had traded up here, you would have had a high probability of retesting this at most and then get and go. The failure to get the new high signals that not only will you test this here, but you will likely break below it at some point, even if we squeeze for liquidity, and retest an even lower low. Now, currently that's at 28.14 in the quarter. But if you figure if we were to hit this by a Q2 of 2024, 26.18, 200 points, that would put a target of springtime of 3,000. So let's call April a target of right about here. Right about there is going to be your target for April. Right around 3,000. So by April 30th, something like that, if we get a confirmation of, if we get this confirmation up here that we're going to begin rolling, you should expect 3,000. Now, that doesn't mean, hey, Cap, should I buy like puts here for 3,000? Fuck no. You buy them on the confirmation above. If we start to roll that if we start to reject this up here and confirm that move down lower, up here, fuck yeah, you put the 3,000, or 3,500 or something, with a like 3,500 with a target of 3,000 in April, to the downside, and the bears will have the greater probability of not only you're going to get a major test of this, but then you're going to still likely roll down and get 3,000. So bears, congratulations. If you're a seller, congratulations. You're 90% of the way. You're 90% of the way towards that major roll. And not only that, if bulls were looking for bulls like myself, because I was and am looking for the low to be just a recheck of 3,500 at worst, right? Like, we don't go back and visit a new low in the market. We're going back to visit 3,500, no big deal. I can accept that, but right now, we're not setting that up. Right now, we're setting up a new low below 3,500. So there's probably two things that you need to know. Number one, we are in a risk-off warning. You need a confirmation, though, above at 430, 440. So those are the two, number one and number two, right? Number three, due to not regaining a new high of some point this year, you are going to be looking for a new low at this point, not 3,500, but likely 3,000. Whereas you probably weren't looking for a new low if the market had attained a new high on the year. Hey, thanks, appreciate it. Can we get back to 417 today? Likely no. Not only likely no, but we are still underneath. So this is a 1 minute trigger right, or here's a 1 minute time frame in SPY right now. I have an expectation that we will go down unless we're going to go down and try and test that 41. Put it on SPY real quick. Let me get SPY up here. So we're parked right now on S2. Here's S1. Unless we begin to see a reversal, absolutely expect a tag of 410.35 today. Absolutely. Expect a tag of 410.35. And you're going to see shit get wild out there. Absolutely wild price action. So here, let me put this down here. You're going to see this get tagged today. Good morning, by the way. How's everybody doing out there? How y'all doing out there? Everybody doing well? Gonna put this up here. I'll give you a couple seconds here. First, I'm gonna try to read the chat here in just a minute, and I'm gonna call or text James Roland, see if he's available today. It's kind of off the cuff, but give me 1 quick second here. If you want to come on today, let me know. And there's that blue is going to be your target to the downside. I don't know where the S3 is down at 410.82. 410.82, but you're likely going to see, here's S3. Yeah, so it's just above is where S3 on this chart is right here. We'll make that one white. You see this S3. Where's that? I don't know what just happened there. I kind of S3, baby. Now, with all that doom and gloom, right? What I don't want you to do, what I do not want, dude, if you come on my chat at some point, if you go on Twitter and it resolves itself, don't come back and be like, hey, Cap, you called for a crash, right? Don't be like, hey, Cap, you called for a crash, reversed, it resolved, went to the upside, you're such a fucking bear. Don't be doing that shit to me. When you guys do that stuff to me, I'm always like, I'm either like, they're either not watching the show or they're just watching Twitter or they're just in the Discord or they're not like consuming all of it at the same time. So if it does resolve itself, bulls carry on. But I'm telling you, if you're a bull out there, that cross, right, is bad news. Like, it is as bad as can be. It really is. And what else is crazy about this is price doesn't really matter in this. Price could have came down to 410 without that cross above, and it would not have mattered. But because we got the cross with price, that is usually like red flags flying everywhere, alarm bells going off. Joe Donut this morning so I called Joe this morning. I was on the phone with him this morning before I came on, and I hadn't seen the cross yet as of this morning. So I got all kinds of other crap I got to do in the morning, but right now I'm doing a bunch of crap. But I get back onto the screens this morning, and I'm talking to Joe, and I hadn't noticed yet, and I'm like, shit, we got a cross of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger today. And SPY I don't really care about, but SPX is what I care about. And SPX we crossed. So that cross on SPX is very, very dangerous. And Joe's like, I already made a post about it. I'm like, oh shoot. I'm like, I already made a post about it. He's like, hell yeah. And those are the things that we're watching for. So, and those are the things that I'm always watching for. If you like thread the eye of the needle with price and get a back up above, and you start closing out days, and then you close out a week bullish, not a bad thing. Price going down there, no cross, not a bad thing. Price going down there, and you get that cross, warning bells, warning bells, warning bells. 100 fucking %. Oh yeah, the squeeze could be insane. We'll talk about the rest of earnings too. It's kind of weird too. Let's look back on when I left you on Tuesday, right? So on Tuesday night when I left you guys, on Tuesday night, we were parked on top of the hourly trigger to trade the hourly trigger up to the weekly and daily, and we were looking for a confirmation back test for the bulls on an hourly trend reversal to the upside, and they didn't get that on the open on Wednesday. They didn't get that counter trend to the upside move confirmation trade. We began to actually sell the hourly trigger into yesterday. That selling on that hourly trigger, of course, leads to this downside move that you're seeing right now. And we're likely going to see that once again, too. So that target is right up here at 418.14. And they're selling the half-hour trigger right now, too. Do you see it? Sellers here, sellers right here. And you're going to want to check to see if sellers get back in on that action again here and here. And as a matter of fact, on Tuesday, we'll talk about that stuff, too, like the meta thing. We'll talk about meta at some point. Dude, I got to tell you guys a secret. So you got, like, I sold fucking Verizon and I sold Visa. I sold all my calls on Tuesday at the close. Even my weeklies I ended up closing out before the bell on Tuesday. And I'm so fucking ecstatic that I didn't get caught in that shit yesterday. And I'm so ecstatic that I closed like all these, like as all these DIA tickers report. I'm just like, take the money and get out, take the money and get out, take the money and get out, take the money and get out. So I'm like kind of stoked on that shit. So like if you have I want to tell you guys something. If you own underlying into this earnings season, you are being given the opportunity in all these underlying tickers to exit the market. If you watch the things that I'm doing right now for all of my holdings on the market, like actual fucking stock, I am exiting everyone. They're all printing. Every single one of them is printing. And I'm getting the fuck out. So I don't know what to say to you. There's an exit going on in the marketplace right now by a lot of people that own the market. And even these earnings are like, I'm like, fuck that, I'm out. Like, I'm making money, get out of Visa, done, see you later. Yeah, so we're gonna go through. We're gonna get back into earnings. What the rest of the earnings for this week? If you are along this market in any way, shape, or form, if you don't already know, I've been very forthcoming on. Hey, this one's hit. Let's get out. Hey, this one's hit. Let's get out. So, if you are long and you have earnings coming up for your favorite ticker, and it hits the money, and you're in the green, fucking get the fuck on out. Like Verizon, Tyson Foods, Budweiser, Visa. So whenever we hit it, like all these companies throughout this year that went. So while Dow Jones Industrial Average is going into the fucking dumps for the past couple months, I was buying those bottoms and trying to I was like, I'm gonna buy them for my kids. I'm like, I'm gonna buy them for my kids and hold them for 5-10 years. Then I started getting panicky, and I'm like, well, maybe they're gonna reprice some of these tickers. So all these tickers are printing right now. Like all these Dow Jones tickers are mooning right now. Now, I don't know if you're noticing those mechanics in the background, but it's happening. Let me see here. Yeah, I've got a lot of money in that. I've got my money in brokerages making 5%. I saw some people come on the show saying that they were gonna fucking long bonds for like a year, 2 years, 2 months, all kinds of shit. I'm like, I don't want to put my money into anything that I can't pull it out when, like, I can get 5% and have access to it today. So, if I ever want to move the money, I can. I don't have to like stay in. I'm not going that direction personally. And to be honest, to chase that 5% for me is not viable. You know what else is funny too is the GDP numbers that came out this morning. Man, because I'm looking at those GDP numbers. I haven't read any of social media and what they think about GDP numbers. None. I haven't read anything. I'm sure that I'm gonna take a wild ass guess here and assume that people are saying, well, with GDP here, the Fed's gonna have to tighten even more. I'm assuming that you read that that discussion. I don't agree with that. That GDP number is, to me, a lot of what we've been talking about with wage price inflation that you're not being told by the Fed, and also so wage price inflation basically from the Fed, and then the the inflation never going away narrative. Now they can claim into next year that they beat inflation. They can fudge the numbers all they want to say, hey, we got inflation below 2%, but GDP is disagreeing with that. GDP is showing, to me at least, showing the price gouging and the repricing of your hamburger from McDonald's. That companies are making money by increasing prices, and also that people are making more money than they ever were before to pay those prices. So when you're seeing those mechanics I'm seeing those mechanics within in the GDP numbers, it's very worrisome. It's very worrisome in terms of the wage price spiral and inflation staying here forever. Now, that's not necessarily bad for the market. I think in the long term, it works out better for the market. The market will go higher and higher due to the cheapness of money. But it's telling you that there's now cheapness of money being built into our system. So when you're seeing the GDP numbers this morning, I wouldn't topically, you're likely going to hear people out there saying to you things like, well, that means the Fed has more work to do. Don't buy that porridge. Don't be eating that porridge. It's really telling you that the Fed is going to fucking fail. That's what it's telling you. The Fed is failing, and the Fed is going to fail in the future. That when we look back, I want you to know something. When we look back in 4 or 5 years, you're not going to see prices coming down. You likely won't. You will still likely see the roll down. That's a normal function of our stock market, but our economy will likely go up in wages and will likely go up in the price of goods and services permanently. So just be aware of that. These are two different functions. This is a function of the market and a function of the economy. And those GDP numbers do not bode well for your price of goods and your pay. If you're out there and you've got a job and you're not beating inflation right now, start looking for higher paying jobs. If you hadn't done it in the past year or two when everyone told you to do it, you better fucking do it. That GDP number is telling you, it is screaming in your face right now that prices have gone up and people are willing or able to pay those prices, and it's likely going to become sticky in the next 4 or 5 years. And so even though wage data is saying no, or it's not so bad right now, that's the fudging of numbers. I assure you that you need to get ahead and get that job that pays, so that you can beat that inflation that's coming down the pike. And other people are doing it, is my point. There's unions out there doing it. There's people are doing it. So you might not be. You might be working a job where maybe working at a corporate job right now that's telling you, fuck you, you're not getting that raise. You're only going to get an inflation wage like 2% or something. But there is a ramp going on in the background of wages. Mr. Singh is asking, can we look at Bitcoin? Yeah, let's look at Bitcoin really quick. So let's watch this right now. Might get a nice quick squeeze out of this right here. So give me a quick side. We'll look at Bitcoin. How you doing, Mr. Sen? How you been, brother? Let's take a look at Bitcoin, BTC, baby. US dollar. And let's take a look on a 30-minute chart. I think we talked about this before, and we're going to talk about this again. We talked about this too before the big squeeze. We talked about going to 38, right? I was like, damn, we're going to 38,000. Like, woohoo, let's do it. So we're going to take a look at where Bitcoin should be going. Now, hold on here. All right, here's Bitcoin chart on the 30 minutes. You are likely going to see a pullback here. You're likely going to see, you've got price and rejection right now on the hourly trigger. This is very productive for a short. You can see price is now underneath the hourly trigger. Right here, right, broke below, confirmed the move lower, and now just starting to hopefully come down here and trade this lower number. So we're going to expect a move to the downside on Bitcoin to a minimum of 32,000. That's the expectation, a move to 32,000 on Bitcoin. But it is extremely bullish here. We're going to look back here. Even with that pullback, it's extremely bullish. So you might be like, hey, Cap, we're extremely bearish on Bitcoin, aren't we? And I'm like, fuck no. We're not even done. Bitcoin likely going, I'm going to give you 38,000 right here at minimum. Okay, so whatever this pullback is here, there's that little gray bar that I've got there, right? Bitcoin, not done going up in my view. Bitcoin should erase to 30,000 and hit that 38,000, but it could also bounce off of the 32,000 and make that leg higher. Now, saying that, you may be like, well, hey, Cap, how will I know if it bounces on? How will I know if it's going to bounce on 32,000? And all you have to do is, if you're watching, hold on here, start seeing that selling coming down, right? If you see the bounce down here in that 32,000, and you watch the hourly trigger, or if you watch price or the hourly trigger regain price here, it's going to give a chance for the daily trigger to make its way higher. The yellow line, that's what is really a function of. We need time for the daily trigger to make its march its way up. So, will Bitcoin continue the march higher? Absolutely. It's just waiting on this daily trigger here. So this trigger needs time. Like it needs days to pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? Price to come down and consolidate. The hourly trigger comes down and you get your next cluster right around this 3,200 to go higher. Now, if you see a blast down here to 30,000, then a regaining of the 29,000 and the regaining of that daily trigger, that would also be an easy way to watch it. We can watch it together. Right now, my expectation would be a move to the downside to 32,000, consolidation, and then probably about 10 sessions for the daily trigger to pick it back up with a price target of 38,000. So overall, long-term bullish on Bitcoin, but just expect that pullback to 32,000 at minimum, maybe 29, but 32 is about the right place to look for that bounce and look for consolidation and for signs of an attack on 38,000. Now, I want to give one other caveat here. We're not done with this here. I should have said one other thing here. If you at any point begin to see a reclaiming of, this is a 30-minute chart here. If at any point you see a reclaiming of, 3470 on Bitcoin, if you see it reclaimed, it can continue to grind higher, okay? If you're looking for that target, in case that does happen, I'll give you that target right now. Same target, 38,000. Same target, 38,000. So if you at any point reclaim 3437 and can, if you at any point get above 3437 and can retest it successfully, you can jump on that train again, like some kind of consolidation here. We start to make our way higher, and you can take that long too. So that long is available to you if that happens. If we don't get the rejection of the downside of 3,200, fuck yeah. If we just keep fucking grinding sideways and start heading higher, 3,700 is your target, not 38. And you could possibly even see that into late October, see that 38,000. I like Bitcoin right now because it's not correlating to our market. I was never a believer that it correlated. So was never a believer of the correlation between Bitcoin and our stock market. Move this over here. Let me know. Is there panic? I haven't been on social media. Is there panic in the market? Let me know. Let me know if there is right now. And I don't see any catalyst for a crash, so I don't know what that would be. What like crash catalyst there would be. This all looks just orderly to me right now. Oh, there's a told you so in the market right now. Market's still up on the year, right? I think we're up 10% or something like that. So there shouldn't be any told you so. Warning: Bitcoin will crash when the ETF comes out. What are you guys thoughts on the what are you guys thoughts on all the people saying, well, they need all these Bitcoins available for the ETFs, so it's going to squeeze to 300,000 or something. I read some posts like that. Lots of talk about the main shooter. Yeah, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be panicking here. I was talking to Joe this morning. I'm like, we could wake up tomorrow and be at 440. Like not one day. I was like 3 days we could wake up at 440. And the scary part of that is the market sentiment could quickly change when we're actually looking for the bearish reversal to the downside. So I'm concerned about that too. Like I'm concerned about like the sentimental shifts that are going to take place. Like, oh, look, everything is fine. But in reality, there's a seller there going, oh, no, man, we're going to sell the fuck out of that 430, 440. So I'm going to be fascinated to watch that as well. Beginning to break S2 right now. Looking for that target down below of 410.35 on the intraday. Oh, you guys want some bear music? Dude, I want bear. No, how about this? I'll give bear music. Hold on a second here. Hold on, I'll give bear music. You tag this and I'll give you bear music. Hold on there. So bear music is right there. There's where you get your bear music. Yeah, David, agreed. Yeah, so like again, please do not take my warning, my risk off, or I want to say something to you guys here. Risk off warning, not risk off warning. So don't go out there and be like, Cap was saying we're going to have a crash. We're in a risk off warning. We're not in risk off. But if we go into risk off, I'll tell you as well. If we reject above, right, that cross, if we reject that cross, like see right here, I'm going to show you this right here. If we reject this cross right here, right? See this cross right up here? If price action rejects this cross, I don't care if we squeeze above it for 440, then come back down. But if we start rejecting that cross down there, you go from risk off warning to actual risk off. So be aware of it. You do have the cross. It is official that you have the cross. It's going to lead to violent downside moves. And it is also going to lead to a ricochet bounce at some point, a major upside move as well. You should see violence from this point forward. And until that resolves itself, be fucking, I don't know if it's scared or anything, but just be aware of it. Just be aware of what's coming. Other new highs coming for Bitcoin? Yeah, I think that they are. So I think before the squeeze started, people were saying, where do you think it's going to go? And I was like, you could possibly have a pullback here, I think. but it's going to 38,000. So I'm on 38,000. If it goes higher than 38,000, we'll take it from there. We have to wait for. You're likely going to see a major supply above at that 38,000. And you're going to need to see a lot of work to break above that supply that's up there. Now, we can go higher than 38, but we're not there yet. That's the same. So, what I'm talking to you guys about, a risk-off warning, this is the same thing for bulls on the upside on Bitcoin. When we get there, we'll talk about it. Until we get there, we're not going to talk about, oh, it's going to 100,000 or oh, it's going to 60,000 or anything like that. We're just going to go from level to level. No, I get it. I get what you're saying. And dude, bears have that same door opening for them on the market right now. They've got the door opening wide open right now for not 3,500 but 3,000. So bears right now didn't have that door, and they got it today. That door opened today to 3,000. So the door to 3,000 open wide open, and all they need to do now is put a doorstop underneath it at 3,300 and 3,400, and or excuse me, 4,300 and 4,400. And once that rejection happens, whoo, fucking A, man, bear suit comes out. It gets nasty. Market bleeding right now on a Thursday down to S3, and even like the price action of the market. Everyone's taking the money on good reports on tickers that were already beaten down. Not a good sign here. Not a good sign. Yeah. I'm telling you, we're on risk-off warning. I'm assuring you, we're in risk. We have officially hit risk-off warning, and if we reject 430 and 440, we will confirm risk-off. And once we confirm risk off, like run, fucking run. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And it's been like last week or 2 weeks ago. Joe's here in the broadcast right now. Like 2 weeks ago, I was in panic mode. I was like, I'd gotten rid of a bunch of risk off shit or spec growth stuff, but I left on and was adding a bunch of DIA stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, Budweiser's really in the dumpster here. I'm like, Tyson Foods, this is like a two decade low. Like, how much farther down is it coming? And then 2 weeks ago, I was talking to Joe, and I'm like, man, I'm like, if they reprice some of this shit into spring of next year, I'll never recover from those tickers. Like, I'll never recover Tyson Foods if it gets repriced forever and ever. I'll never recover repricing of like Budweiser reprice. Like, those things will take, like, I was thinking 5 to 6 years, but I could be back in the green in 5 or 6 years. I'm like, that ain't gonna work for me. Not for my kids either. I need them to be, and I don't want to keep throwing money at it in springtime. So I'll take the money and run and be in the green, and just wait and see for the market to show me a sign to re-enter for my kids. So. Now, saying all that, too, the holiday rally is still in motion. So the holiday trade is still in motion right now. I know that sounds crazy to you, too. Remember time frames here. I want you to be cognizant of time frames. And, yeah, do you get a Santa rally? You probably do. Still get a Santa rally and all this mess. You're going to be like, how do you get a Santa rally, Cap? These things take time. It's not a process that's 1 week. I know you guys are. I know you bears out there are like, we're going to fucking zero today. We'll see 3,000 by Friday. That is not how things work out. So even with this warning, this risk-off warning, you're likely going to still see some kind of a holiday rally inside of that risk-off warning. So that still is not a dead trade. Still not a dead trade at this point. Let me see what you guys are saying here. See what you guys are saying here. I'm going to put up Twitch here. I can't see Twitch. Hold on here. Trading 413.12 right now. What's going on, Twitch? Yeah, Cowboy up, agreed. You have now first thing since all time says what happened to just buying calls and winning every time. What happened to just buying calls and winning every time? Yeah, dude, you make tons of money buying calls. I just made $90,000 dude, on goddamn fucking calls, on call spreads for the quarter. Yeah, like that is a fucking win. What else you got now? Buying puts. I'm not willing to buy puts here, so I want to sell. I'm not gonna. So I'm not bear here. I need you guys to know that I'm not a bear until we have that confirmation of risk off. Absolutely not. I need to see that confirmation. So for me personally, that's a good question. Who just asked that? Beartown Sheriff said, I did not hear you buying puts, Cap. I don't have any puts, and I don't have any risk off protection right now. I am waiting for that confirmation. So we have risk off warning, risk off confirmation. We get risk off confirmation. I'm with you. I'm buying puts from that point forward, but not until that happens. I need that confirmation. I'm not that guy, dude. I'll never be that guy. I'll never be that guy until it's confirmed. But once it's confirmed, I'm with you. I'll sell the market with you. Good question. I'll become a seller at that point. When I sold my call spreads, I was looking for another entry for call spreads, and I was looking for them back down at 430. There wasn't an entry for me, and then down here at 420, still no entry for me. So, as a matter of fact, I'm looking for him still. I'm still looking for that entry right now. Still hasn't happened. But my quarterly trade, I did publicly. And if there's an extra one of those quarterly trades, I'll take them. There haven't been too many of them this year, so. But I did get that quarterly trade, or that monthly quarterly trade in. It happened to print faster than I expected. Sometimes, dude, I gotta hold them for fucking 3 months, dude. It was like 2 weeks and it printed. So I took the money and ran. So if I get another opportunity to buy it, I will. And then if we confirm that leg lower, I would exit that trade. So the example would be, if I can catch the squeeze up to 440, I'll put the trade on again. I'll take the ride up to 440. I'll exit 430, 440. I'll end up exiting. And then what I'll do is sit on my hands and wait to see if we confirm the risk off. If we confirm the risk off, I will enter as a bear then. I will become a bear at that point. I think we bounce about that soon. I would need to know your, like, did you go pre-splits or split? What's your cost basis? Another thing about Amazon too is what you're using it for. Amazon's like your local financial advisor. Wherever you live and you see your local financial advisor, whoever that might be, and you go down to their office and talk to them. Those guys like to buy in and out of Amazon. So if your wife owns Amazon, I don't know what the are you like buying it to are you buying it to sell puts against, sell calls against? It's not always the best hold. If it is a hold, it's like something you manage. Like you buy lows, you sell highs, you buy lows, you sell highs in the quarters. For me, it's not really a buy and hold for 20-year stock. So I don't know what your personal. I'd have to talk to you at some point. If you want to like DM me or something or call me, you can try that method and see if I can catch up with you at some point and discuss it. But like Amazon's a weird one. Amazon is like it's not an everyday managed trade, but it's like a buy it. If you're a retailer and you're not using a financial advisor to manage your money, your wife isn't, or let's say my wife isn't, like my kids aren't managing all these stocks that I own for them. So I have to be like, yeah, do this. Yeah, do that. So it's hard to say for your particular situation. I would consult a financial advisor, to be honest with you. That would be my advice on Amazon. But Amazon's like, every quarter you can buy it. Every quarter you have a chance to sell. It's not like here's another thing. If you're buying the market to invest as an investor, you already know that the yearly low is in the late winter, early spring. So you should be buying then and selling whenever you get whatever money you're making, whatever you're happy with, right? 10%, 20%, whatever that is. Your extended family lives in Syria and is being bombed by Israel. Jesus. Do they have any way out, Kamel? Do they have any way out of their situation? Have you been able to speak to them or no? Oh, here comes that. Should I play that bear music now? Hold on a second here. I'm going to get that bear music going. Hold on a second here. Get that bear music going. Ooh. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. Let's see if I can play this one. Dude, always. No. Oh, yeah, baby. I got it. It's coming out right now. I got it going on right now. It's coming out right now. It's all bad right now? God damn. Dude, I'm ready to buy a fucking dip here. You guys ready to buy a dip? You guys ready to buy a dip or what? I am. I'm getting ready. Give me one quick second here. I gotta look at some. See where the actual dip buy is. There's a pretty big dip buy coming up here, so hold on. You guys all freaking out there? Almost dip buy time. Dip buy on SPX is 41.13.50. You want the ES dip buy? ES dip buy is 41.24.50. 41.24.50. I'll put the let me put all three of them on. Hold on a second. Bear music right there. Dip by. SPX. Hold on. Give me a second here. I gotta change the music out here. Hold on. What did I say it was? Dip buy was SPX 4113.50. ES. This would be the one that I'd be watching. Keep an eye on ES. down a little bit. It's a little bit blasting in my ear here. Hold on. Better. It's better. Okay, give me a few minutes in the background here. I'm going to talk to you guys about the earnings that are coming out after the close today. And we're going to talk about earnings today, tomorrow, and give me just a quick second here. So we did Berlin at night. Should we do Danger Snow next? Yeah, we could do that one. We could do Secret Job. Give me one quick second here. I got something I got to do in the background. Dude, that's bear music. Come on, man. You want Danger Snow. You want Berlin shit, don't you? Hold on a second here. All right. Did you guys see that? It was really weird. I was watching the Ford. Remember the UAW stuff? Earlier this week, there was all that derogatory about the UAW and Ford when they're going to resolve, and all of a sudden they have a tentative agreement, 2 days later? You got Ford earnings coming up. I got to check my... Let's see here. Look for here. Text message. Uh-oh. We already did that one, didn't we? Yeah, we did that one. Dude, where do you stop? One quick second here, guys. We're going to talk about Amazon here in just a minute. So give me one quick second. We're going to chart out Amazon. I got to check Amazon's expected move today. Hold on here. There we go. Oh, here we go. Here's the one everybody's been waiting for. This will be the last bear song, and then we're going to turn it off. see it better. Ah, sweet. So I've got James Roland saying he's free whenever. So I'm gonna. It's 1 p.m. question mark. I will send an email link, email invite. Looks like we're going to have James Roland coming on the show today at 1 p.m. It looks like it tentatively. Once we get the confirmation, we'll try to get James on here. Oh, look at that. Look at that bottoming right now. Oh, yeah, baby. I want to buy this right now so fucking bad. I want to buy that right there. I want to buy that right now with a call spread. We know that they like that capitulation, so we'll wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna be patient here. See if we can tag SPX or ES on that downside move. All right, so that was your bear music. On here. What's that up? Amazon. So we've got an implied move today on Amazon of, hold on here. An implied move today of 6.5%. So we've got the market selling off into Amazon earnings. Someone was asking earlier what my question is, or like what their question is, what I expect Amazon to do. So we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna take a look at a couple key points here for Amazon at the end of the day today. So give me a second here. I'm going to chart it out for you, and we're gonna look at Amazon in just a moment. Downside move expectation is 111.33. 111.33. $111.33. Downside expected move. I'm going to turn that into green. And the upside expected move on Amazon is what? Oh. 126.72. Oh, yeah, that's not good. That is not good. 672. This is, I mean, even this is showing that risk off maneuver. Even Amazon is showing risk off here. Risk off price action, even on a beat. Even on a beat, Amazon is showing risk off. Take the money and run. So let's take a look at Amazon really quick. Should I buy this here? Like, it's looking kind of juicy. Let me look on the 30-minute on SPOOs. Let me look on the 30-minute on SPOOs and see if we're ready for a juicy dip buy. I got to look at some stuff here. Oh, yeah, dude. I want to buy the fuck out of this right now. No. I'm just like dying to buy this. We're going to set up some stuff today. We're going to set up a call spread today. We are going to set up a call spread today. Now, Amazon, I'm going to bring up the Amazon chart here for you in a minute. And we're also going to chart out, what would be the other one you guys want me to do? You guys want me to do Intel, Chipotle, Ford, any of those I'll do. Here, I'm going to do a poll right now. I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll with you guys here. See what you guys want me to chart out. So polls. Start a poll. So I'm going to do Amazon for sure. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not even going to do a poll. I'm just going to do them all. So we're going to do 4 of them today. So I'm going to do Amazon. Expectations on Amazon. I'm going to do expectations on Intel, Chipotle, and Ford. Okay. So Amazon, Intel, Chipotle, and Ford, you'll get expectations done for me on today. And those will be the 4 that we watch. Into the end of today. Man, Intel's showing the same thing. Woof. Intel. Set up for even good report on Intel is setting itself up for sell the news. One quick second here and check Intel. NTC. Downside move 3044 and 3409. 3044. Hold on here. Okay, so that's Intel. 34 something, right? What's the applied move there? Applied move of 5.6%, 34.15. So even that is looking pretty fucking bearish, even if they win. Even if Intel wins, they're going to. We've got. What's the other one for today? We've got. Got CMG. CMG 1910, 1713. 1910, 1713. Ooh. I kind of like CMG here. No, hold on. Let me see if I get that right. 1910. 1713. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'm lying. Said I was bullish on this one, but this one's kind of the same way. A little bit better. Chipotle has a little bit better prospects today. Well, not. I'd say CMG is more bearish today than Amazon and Intel look like they could have good ERs, but then it's sell the money and go. CMG looks like it's going to get some decent numbers. It's going to be similar to Google. Decent numbers and then a sell down to 1,700. Maybe they get some bad numbers mixed into Chipotle. No, the GDP numbers are going to disagree with that, right? They're going to say that Chipotle should have a kick-ass earnings. And they're bleeding down. And they've got a cross. They've already got a confirmed cross to the downside, and they're already super bearish. So we'll talk about this one as well. Still overall bearish on CMG. And then what was the last one we're going to do today? Oh, yeah, our friend Ford. We're going to do Ford next. To our friend Ford. 1186, 1089. Let's bring up Ford. Still pounding and grinding right now. There. Still pounding and grinding the market right here. What am I looking for here? Close that up. What did I say? 1088, 1185. $10.88. 1185. Oof. Ford. Now Ford is going to try to spin good news on their ER. That's guaranteed. You should go into the Detroit subreddit. They were talking about it last night. Ford. 30-minute on Ford. Okay, so I got all these done right now. We're going to do, what do we say we do? Amazon, AMZN. We're going to do CMG. We're going to do CMG. We're going to do Ford. We're going to do INTC. Those four right there. Oh, shoot. Here, we got one more thing to do. No. Yeah, right there. That works. We're going to start with Amazon. We never do. We shouldn't crash through it. Should be no reason to crash through it. There's no historical precedence for that happening. Should get bought. There might be a little bit of overlap due to needing to tag ES and SPX, but we'll just check all three. It should get bought. This is like when this is all red is when you're buying dips. When this is all super deep green, this is when you're selling. So yeah, I'm against you on that one. I'm in disagreement on that one. This kind of like, think about this. Think about this right here. If this was all super deep green and you're talking about us going to the all-time highs, I'd be like, fuck you, we are. We're going to be taking the money and running over here. Yeah, I'm going to look at some call spreads right now. So I'm going to look at that too right now. So give me a second here. I'm going to look at some call spreads. On SPY. Shit. SPY. Bullish. Credit. Yeah, I like the idea of a credit put spread. I think I might like the credit put spread better here. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the credit put spread instead of the call spread. One quick second here. Okay, spoos. I gotta dig through the options chain too and take a look and see where all the money is in this. So hold on. We got some work to do here. Bullish, and I'm going to go with credit spread and not. So how do I explain the credit versus the? What's the easy way to explain the credit versus? Hold on. For you guys out there at home, easy way to explain the credit spread, a visual way to explain credit spread versus. It's gonna be hard to explain. How do I explain this best? There's a green box right there, right? There's a green box right here. There's a. Let's go with the red box. Red box right there. Red box right here. This is a debit spread right there. That's where you make money. Credit spread, I can take the dip and then actually make money on the acceleration to the upside here. It's more of an acceleration play. So I'm more interested in this one over here than I am in this one over here. So credit spread for me is the way that I'm going to go. It's a little bit riskier. There's some danger to margin calls, of course. So if you don't understand the difference between a credit spread and a debit spread, the debit spread is more your friend and easier than a credit spread to manage. And you don't want to, of course, get a margin call. So if you don't understand any of the mechanics of that, don't be trading credit spreads unless you understand the mechanics of it. Dude, why are we? Dude, we're still up on the air. We're not in a crash, and we're not crashed here. Just so you know, we haven't crashed. We haven't crashed. We haven't had 1987. We haven't had any crash. We haven't had any craziness. Oh, wait a minute. Shit, it's 12:46. Give me a second. I gotta get Mr. Roland signed up here. You guys are insane. Okay, so he hasn't responded, so I'm assuming he's good on the 1 p.m. So what am I looking for here? I'm looking at SPY, bullish trade down here. I want to see that 410 get tagged, but we are trading for 412.27 right now. So I want that like max, like I'm going to bring the trade up and we're going to just watch it in the background. And we're not going to place trade yet. We're going to place trade though once we get down there and slam into that 410. Now that 410 on SPY is not going to be as important as whatever the SPX and the ES bottoms are. So be aware of this. Be aware of this dip buy thing that I have down here and those numbers that I'm showing you. 4113.50, 4124.50. Look for that capitulation to put this trade on, and I'll place the trade with you here in stream. Now, I'm looking for, because it's a spread, I'm looking for December 29th. And I'm going to do a credit put spread. And what am I going to do here? So hang tight 1 second here. So I'm doing a credit put spread and not a credit debit, or not a debit spread. And I'm going to look for, hold on here, 440 on the upside. Save strike. Continue. And where do I need to be? Yeah, I'm losing all my money down there. Losing all my money down there. That's not a good. I don't like that at all. I don't like that one. Yeah, what's the 400 strike? Continue. 2,000 to pay 2,000. That one sucks too. I don't like that one either. I don't know if I like the credit put spread. Break even above 420. That's not that good. I don't know if I like the credit put spread. I may not like that trade. I might be going back to the debit call spread. Let's look at this one. I don't think I like that one. 440. Save. 412. Damn, none of these spreads are looking good right now. For December, 37% probability. Break even point is 429, 430. How about 420? What is that showing? 750 for 750. I like that one. Okay, so the spread that I'm looking at right now is, let me just check this one more time. It's 420 to 440 on a credit debit spread, or a debit call spread, excuse me. Just check this really quick. Save strike. That's about the same. That's about the same money. About the same money. Still like the debit spread. I guess I like the debit spread. I thought I liked the credit spread, but I don't. I'm gonna look for the actual bottom and time this fucker just right. I'm gonna try to time this month. I'm gonna try to time this thing like baller. Okay, so 420. Save strike. 420 to 440 credit debit call debit spread. Right now it costs $750 to make $12.50. So the date on it is December 29th. I need to, by December 29th, hit 427.60 to be at least flat or making money. So I've got that set up in the background. I was ready to rock. Bebop Beats, you good? You want to see a call spread that Porous can do? You can lower the date. You can make the date sooner. What's poor for you? I mean, the estimated cost is $750. You don't have $750 to place one of those. It's $750. If you don't have $750, you shouldn't be trading. So if you're saying you don't have a trade at $750, we got an issue. we have an issue. So it should be right now it's $750. Now, if we continue to head lower, that should become a cheaper call spread. Should be like $700, $650, something like that. So we're gonna monitor this price. Right now it's $752. That's a debit call spread for December 29th. I know you guys are all bared up right now, but this is not the time for you to be all bared up. This is the time for you to start looking for a dip. So, debit call spread, expiration December 29th. The spread is 420, 440. Hold on 1 second here. Yeah, that's what I do. Normally, I'll buy the legs separate, or it depends. If you're doing, I don't know about Robinhood or what they do. If you're, I don't know if you're trading. I don't know what your platform does for you. I know that options.ai, you can't close legs separately. So I would never place that trade on options.ai. But if you place the trades individually, you can, I don't know about Robinhood. I don't know about you. I place these trades on Tasty. So I can close and open legs whenever I want. But I don't know about your platform. Make sure that your platform allows you to close individual legs whenever you like. But that's an important question, right? Important question is, can you close legs? I don't think you can on options.ai. I ended up putting some money in with them and running some trades on options.ai, and I don't think I could. I think I was pissed off because I tried to close some legs and I couldn't. And so I was like, nah, fuck that, sir. Like it's great for quick and dirty calculations, the platform, but that's all it's good for. I'm not a fan. I don't like its I don't like its I also don't like something about options A. I don't like its fills. I think their fills suck. So and that's yeah. If you get, I don't like trading like that, where you like have to open and close same time. Or yeah, open or close to or it's December 29th. Yeah, it sucks. Like I can't. It could be a kick-ass site. It could be a great platform. It's just not there yet. I don't know why that is, but I think the guy. I don't know exactly who's running it, but I think it's Benzinga. I might be wrong on that. It could be a great platform if you mix like. It's got like potential. The one thing that really sucks about it is the broke or the order flow selling that and the order flow selling that they do is vicious. It's got some of the worst fills I've ever found. Some of the worst fills I've seen are on that platform. But I fucking love quick and dirty. Like, are you bullish? Are you bearish? Are you this? Here's a quick and dirty neutral trade. Here's a quick and dirty bullish trade. Here's a quick and dirty bearish trade. And it's visually quick. It's quick. Not like inundated with. You want to learn about this setup, or do you want to buy and sell this, or you want to put just this on? Just nice and quick. Takes 30 seconds. Boom, done. I get a pretty decent idea of what I'm looking for. Oh, it is? Yeah. And I'm not a fan of Benzinga either, so I'm very anti Benzinga. Very anti that you can like pay to play and push narratives to so many people. Seeking Alpha, same thing. I'm not a fan of either of those two. I know there's a whole other generation that fell in and loved those guys. It's not for me. That's the old Wall Street bets thing for me. Do not trust either of those two sites, and I'll always live by that forever and ever and ever. You'll never come back from that trust. Yeah, Benzinga. I want you guys to know that if that's been like scrubbed from the internet, do not trust either of those. From what I learned years ago, it's all pump and dump action. So it's a hard thing to get behind. They do have a cool tool, so I got to give them that. But I'm not a fan of either of those two services in any way, shape, or form. All right, see what's going on YouTube really quick. Are you getting timeout on the stream right now? It says here my stream health is good. Let me check my health again. Oh yeah, you know what? Here it says that my stream health is excellent, but that my the audio part of my stream is lower than the recommended bit rate. So I'll increase that when I have a chance. I'll increase the bit rate to 128 on the audio. So are you timing out on that? I'll make sure to work on the audio stuff. Yeah, I'm telling you, squeeze is coming. I'm assure you of that. Now we're watching Spy right now. We should probably be watching SPX or ES more closely. So whatever we think we found about them, we'll look through them all and see. But we're not there yet, so we still have more down to go. We still have more down to go. Well, as soon as we hit this, if we hit this monthly trigger down here, we'll look on the monthly trigger on SPX and ES. Ooh, getting a discount right now. That call spread's only $742, so it's even coming down. Make sure if you're going to place that trade, you may have to either call your broker to get a better price. Don't forget to do that. And then also, you've got you may not get fills if you're at the bid and not the ask. So sometimes you have to give a little bit on filling call spreads. Okay, shit, I'm late. Hold on a second here. All right, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to invite. I'm going to send a link right now to. To my boy, Mr. Roland. Hang tight 1 second. Where's James Roland here? Why is he not suggested? Hold on a second here, boys and girls. Google. One second, I gotta send it to his private email. My man. Email copied. Paste. Send email. Okay, so my man James should have the invitation at this point. We'll see if he's going to join us here in just a few moments. Oh, there's a nice squeeze right there, baby. Ooh-wee. 411.97. Look at that squeeze. $103 right now. Let me just let him know that I sent him an invitation. Well, maybe I should send him. Oh, he might be here. Hold on.
What's going on, Cap?
Oh, can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, man. Good to see you, brother.
Great to see you.
How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great.
You're already live, so be careful. Like, don't be. I got you live because you're on one of my screeners here. You look great, man. How you doing? Welcome home. Good to see you in the U.S. of A., brother.
Thank you. Yes, it's good to be back, man.
Let me hold on here. Let me put you on screen here. Oh, yeah. We're squeezing right now. Tagging one of those fib levels right now.
There's some 5-minute bullish divs there.
There is. There is. We're getting close, dude.
We're also nearing the monthly trigger, so.
Yep, we're near the monthly trigger. We've got
downside could be coming to a close here, but I would really need to see some bullish hourly divergences before really getting confident in any sort of lasting bounce.
Yep. Did you notice the daily weekly trigger cross today?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
And you want to discuss at any point about, well, hold on. Let's start at the beginning. We'll get there. Number one, welcome back to the United States of America.
Thank you.
Good to see your face.
Yeah, got a lot of warm welcome backs from your crowd, so I do appreciate
it. Welcome back to the United States. That was a very hairy situation.
Yes, it was.
And your family must be ecstatic that you're home, I'm assuming?
Definitely.
Right on, right on. We'll stay out of the politics of all that. We're not going to get into the politics and set ourselves up to get thrown under a bus or anything, but I just want to say that from all of us at Trade the Trigger, what we do, our whole entire community wants to say welcome home. We don't want to see anybody getting killed, anyone at all.
Yeah.
Now back into let's start. We can start wherever you like, but the main thing is the main thing at least from my side is we had a cross of the daily trigger, of the weekly trigger. Price did not thread the needle above and through before the cross took place, and that it's a warning. It's not necessarily a crash warning, but it's a risk-off warning that would need to be confirmed, in my view at least, need to be confirmed with a price rejection at that cross, or even slightly above it. If we squeeze above it and then we bounce it and roll down some more, that would then be a confirmation of that risk-off in the marketplace. Yeah. So do you want to just talk about your take on all of this, and I'll shut up and we'll listen to you.
Yeah. So.
Hold on a second. By the way, go ahead. Start talking.
No, what is it?
I was going to tell people to follow you on Twitter first, but you do your thing, and then I'm gonna set all that up for you.
Okay. So we turned bearish last Wednesday.
That's right.
When VOX spiked into the propagation zone.
That was 1:30 in the afternoon, right? 1:32 p.m. last Wednesday. Yeah.
So that night's forecast on Meme Stock Watch was, okay, this might be the start of some heavy downside.
Yep.
One second, just seeing when we crossed the weekly trigger. Yeah. And then, shortly after that, broke below the weekly trigger, which pretty surprisingly led to acceleration straight down to the monthly trigger, almost a $20 drop over the course of 4 or 5 days. So definitely a lot of money to be made on that short. We did see a lot of put selling last night, only on SPY, not on QQQ. But again, VOX was deep into the propagation zone. So although put selling, can give indications of a bottom, and they're definitely usually on target, when VOX is deep in the propagation zone, that's where, we don't exactly trust them as much, because they don't know that VOX is in the propagation zone. And for those of you hearing VOX for the first time, I can't really show it from right here, but propagation zone just basically tells us that the market is unstable, and unstable stocks, ETFs, equities tend to fall in price. So,
I have VOX on my trading view. I don't know if I have it on this account that I have shown here, but you want to try to bring it up if I can?
If you can, sure.
All right, let me take a peek. I'll look in the background. Keep talking.
Yeah. So, we saw this heavy downside, and now we're nearing the monthly trigger. So not only a psychological support level, but just a big support level in general. The issue here is that VOX is deep in the propagation zone, and it doesn't seem like we can have any sustainable bounces because VOX is also deep in the propagation zone for Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Google, not Netflix and Meta yet, at least, NVIDIA, AMD. So a lot of big names. We have VOX in the propagation zone, and we're not even looking to go long until we can see VOX start to move out of the propagation zone, indicating that stability is returning to the market, in which case we'd expect a counter trend move back up to the daily trigger, which is currently at 429. So for now,
can you explain? Can you simplify it for him, saying you're gonna, instead of trying to buy dips on the hourly or daily, you're gonna be selling all of that shit?
Yeah.
Like, simplify it
for
for
now,
him.
it seems like there's just too much instability in the market for any bounces to be sustained.
Mm-hmm.
Could also see hourly velocity making a new low with each new price low.
Mm-hmm.
So if the 1 minute trigger can cross above the 5 minute trigger and hourly velocity could start repairing, we may get a move back up to the hourly trigger. Doesn't seem likely from where I stand, because what you would want to see here is a new low with hourly velocity not making a new low. And that would be the first sign that sellers are running out of steam. Right now, sellers look like they're completely in control, and we wouldn't expect any bullish 1-5 crossovers. Did you guys catch that bear plane today?
I caught one. I caught the hourly trend. So 2 days ago on Tuesday, right? Oh, well, hold on a second. Monday, so last week, right? On Wednesday, we had that first signal to the downside. Then on Friday, we had the next push down, right? So Wednesday, Friday, 1:30 in the afternoon, major sell signals, right? On Monday, we came back and tagged that Friday sell signal. So that was like, oh, that's fine. That's good. And then we went into Tuesday, and we were beginning an hourly trend change to the upside, but it needed to be confirmed on Wednesday open. So Wednesday open is when I thought, in my view, the Wednesday open not having that squeeze up from Tuesday into Wednesday, and then the bounce to the upside, it immediately said sell the fucking market to that downside monthly trigger. So as soon as that happened, and then today, of course, I didn't see the the bear play myself on today because I wasn't on the market early this morning. But as soon as I saw the cross this morning, I was like, oh, we're fucked. Not fucked, but the door is open now. The risk off warning is here. So
yeah. I wish there was a way to show my screen, but we could.
You can show your screen. You want to show your screen?
My
Are you on your phone?
Screen? Yeah, I'm on my phone.
You're on your phone.
A different time. But yeah, so there was just one nasty bear plane today. 1 minute trigger came up to the 5 minute trigger, rejected, and that was like the only short I hit for today. But yesterday also I was able to hit a big short. So for now, I'm more so just sitting on my hands. Like, I caught two nice big downside moves, and I wouldn't want to short this close to the monthly trigger after a $20 drop. I feel like if you're shorting now, you may be a little late to the party.
That's what I think. It's too late to the party.
Yeah, but I also don't see a good reason to get long. So for me, it's like, I feel like now is just a good time to take a step back, hit two big trades. Now just wait and watch. To take a long trade, I would want to see a new low with bullish hourly velocity, or I would want to see the 1 minute trigger cross above the 5 minute trigger and hourly velocity start to repair. Right now, it's at the most negative it's been all day. So I wouldn't try to be longing this.
So my bear plane alert came out on Wednesday the 18th. My bear plane alert came out on Wednesday the 18th right here. And it is not resolved at all. So that's Wednesday 18th bear plane, boom down, selling the half and 1 hour triggers, and now I'm looking for capitulation. So until I see some fucking capitulation,
right. You can also just see
or a reversal on the hourly.
How powerful the weekly trigger is. Price broke below the weekly trigger last week on Thursday and cascaded literally $20 to the downside.
Yep.
In only 5 trading days. So very important to understand the implications of price breaking below the weekly trigger, which is a humongous acceleration level.
Explain to people can you explain to people what the simplified version of how to think about like the weekly being emotional, the implication of price being below or the cross of the daily trigger over the weekly, how long that can last, like days, weeks, months, that kind of stuff, and then the emotionality around that weekly trigger, and then of course price below the monthly trigger, what that can lead to, or what at least opens the door for like all these triggers, what they mean.
Yeah. So again, all triggers are simply acceleration levels, emotional battlegrounds between bulls and bears, and below the weekly trigger, what usually happens is a lot of funds will either close out longs or a lot of funds will get short because they're aware of these levels, whether they're
Honest or
um,
not.
yeah, and whether they're visualizing them through triggers or other methods, the point is those are the important levels of the market. And so in price breaks below the trigger, you see longs, big funds run for the hills, while shorts come piling in because they understand the implications of price breaking below a really strong emotional battleground, battle zone, whatever you want to call it, between bulls and bears, and price being pushed down below that level shows that bears won the battle, and downside is then to be expected. You can also see once the hourly trigger crossed below the weekly trigger, there was a retest to the hourly trigger on Tuesday, and that gave a really hard rejection. So once price is below the weekly trigger,
Yeah,
there's
that Tuesday
higher.
close, man. That Tuesday close where it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
We
Yeah,
opened on Wednesday morning and it was on to the downside.
right.
Our bulls needed to open above that hourly trigger on Wednesday or retest, or like squeeze up in the overnight and then come back down and test it during Tuesday. Failed to do it, opened below it, and that just tells you right there there's no will by, and they're taking the money and running on these even good reports on the
Right.
underlying.
Which is because once the hourly trigger is below the weekly trigger, the hourly trigger is going to provide more of a resistance. So we're not expecting price at all to break above the hourly trigger. And as a trader, what you want to do is wait for price to get as close to the hourly trigger as possible, get short, with the only stop loss being if the 5 minute trigger then crosses back above the hourly trigger and hourly velocity starts to pick up to the upside. But otherwise, with price below the weekly trigger and the hourly trigger below the weekly trigger, the only objective is just to sell bounces, until price can prove itself that it can indeed get above the hourly trigger. But that's not what is expected when we're below the weekly trigger.
No,
So
exactly.
yeah,
There's no
so
expectation that we're going to break above and clear it all.
right,
Like bulls have all kinds of work to do before
right.
they can
You could
even get
also
bullish
see,
again. They can't. You just
yeah,
can't like catch this bottom. Like at this point, you can't catch a bottom here and say, "Hey, this is the bottom." At this point, there's a
no
cascade
chance.
of sellers just waiting at 430, 440.
Exactly.
To,
So they're not going to sell here. They're going to sell on bounces up to the hourly trigger. You can
mm-hmm.
see QQQ yesterday slid below the hourly trigger at 353, and one day later we're already at 343. So that's a $10 drop. That was a short that I had big on. I closed too early because I'm way worse at trading downside than I am trading upside.
Yeah.
I inverted the chart actually, and I showed the Discord. I was like,
It's the only way
if
to explain it to people, man.
yeah, I'm
Invert the
saying
chart,
if
flip it
that was a
over, and show
bullish
it to them
break,
because it's the
yeah, if that was a
same
bullish
system
break, I'd
upside
still
down.
be in my calls. Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
definitely still be in my calls, but that was a bullish break. But I have a lot of trouble trading downsides. My biggest weakness as a trader, that and cutting too early. So that's something I want to work on. Otherwise, I could have made probably 5x more than what I did yesterday on that short. But all comes with time, all comes with practice. But for now, again, the outlook on the market is currently bounces will be sold until VOEX can move out of the propagation zone back into the stability zone, which tells us that the market is becoming more stable. Stable stocks tend to rise, and that's when we'll be willing to get long again. For now, with hourly velocity declining on SPY, on QQQ, no bounces are expected to last until and unless the 1 minute trigger can cross above the 5 minute trigger, and hourly velocity can start repairing.
You can watch right now. S1 is the pivot point. S1 is coming in, or the hourly trigger is coming into where that S1 is right now above, so you can see it up here. Another thing too here would be another question for you would be, am I losing you?
No, I'm here.
All right, sweet. Another question here would be if like, so I was discussing with the rest of these earnings, even if they're good, do you think that that is the they'll have continuation, or is it take the money and run? It seems like that's what it is on all of this earnings season. Any great earnings is like boom, we get the great. But even myself, I'm exiting tickers. As soon as I'm not like, hey, I'm looking for continuation the rest of the week on this ticker. As soon as it squeezes up, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm done until springtime. Do you feel like there'll be continuation?
I don't feel like there'll be any continuation.
Yeah, me neither.
Not,
I
not
was pretty bullish. Now I'm losing all bullishness.
yeah. I don't have any bullishness right now. I wish I did, and I always want to lean bullish because I make all my money in bull markets, not bear markets. But for now, the outlook is bleak. Like I'm more than likely going to be cooling off on the trades. I try to go for like one or two good hits a day. Like for example, if price pops up to 5-minute trigger, if you just look back at the entire downside move, those were great places to get short. So for example, just in the past couple of days, from Tuesday, so we had a huge sell at the 5-minute trigger on Wednesday, which went from QQQ went from 355 to 349. It's a $6 move straight up for 5-minute trigger. And then again, late Wednesday, right before the close, we got up to the 5-minute trigger again at 350 and sold down to 345. That's another $5 move. And then this morning we bounced up to the 5-minute trigger at 347 and sold down to 342. That's another $5 move. So
5-minute trigger, if you're at home right now, is the red line. This is the 5-minute trigger. You can see 5MT, and then up here you've got the 30-minute trigger. But today they've been selling off the 30, and then we're looking for another.
Do you have extended trading hours on?
Say again?
Do you have extended trading hours on?
I do. I think I do.
So take those off for a second.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I took off the. Why did I leave the dividends on? I think I wanted to take dividends off. I don't know why I've got dividends on this chart right now.
If you go down to the bottom, you'll see ETH for extended trading hours.
No, I already got. I know where it is. I got it off right now.
Oh, okay. So it's weird that by you. Oh, are you? I'm on
the DivX is the one that always screws me up. I don't know why it's back on again.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I've just been selling 5-minute trigger retests because with no bullish hourly divergences, we're expecting the 5-minute trigger to act as resistance every single time. So there was about 3 really good trade setups in the past couple of days, but I'm not here, sitting in shorts or whatever, like, although I should be. And again, if this was bullish and there would be airplanes, then I'd get long at the 5-minute trigger and stay long and stay long and stay long. But because I'm so bad at trading bear markets, I just take the money and run after I get like a nice rejection off of the 5-minute trigger. So I left thousands and thousands on the table over the past few days, but I still made some money. So I can't really complain. But in the future, I'll be inverting my chart because, I mean, that would help me hold positions for so much longer.
I didn't trade yesterday. I stayed away. Not stayed away, but I got caught up in the morning with a bunch of bullshit. And then the market already started selling. And I'm like, Then I had some other bullshit in the afternoon. Not bullshit, but stuff I have to take care of. Tuesday I made great money. Yesterday would have been a great sell signal to sell down. And then even into today, David AMS likes to talk about how you have which coincides with a lot of what you do. There's a lot of overlap, but where Monday is the trade, Tuesday is the manipulation, Wednesday is the markup or markdown, and then Thursday you get the finish up. I think I got that right. Markup, markdown on Wednesday. So we got the markdown yesterday, and then Thursday this should be the end of the trade, and then they exit into Friday on a weekly basis at least.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, matter of fact, I got to talk to you at some point because a lot of what he's doing is a lot of what you're doing and what I'm doing, and I want to talk to you about quarters and stuff. This all comes back to the clock and the time and the day and when the market's open and closed and what the algorithms are trying to do on a yearly, quarterly, monthly, weekly, and daily basis. As a matter of fact, you can even put all that down on a 1-day basis for that 1 o'clock. Right now, you came on at 1 p.m., so we should see between now and 2 o'clock some kind of an answer, right? Or some kind of a move, I should say. And I'm expecting it to the downside. It's 124 right now. We got another half an hour to look for it. We should
Right.
get a capitulation move.
But one thing I will say that I'm happy about is that the data really saw this downside coming all over, on Apple, on Google, on SPY, on QQQ, on Tesla. I mean, last Wednesday is when everything moved into the propagation zone. So I gave like a little rant for the forecast, just basically saying like, okay, this is now looking dangerous. Volks is in the propagation zone. The market is extremely unstable, and downside should be expected. And then the weekly forecast as well. I don't know if you could. I wish you could bring it up, but yeah, I mean,
You got to give me a subscription, bro.
I will give you a subscription.
I know you would.
You never asked for one.
I know I didn't. I will. We've got
Honestly,
one.
you could. There's
We plug them in right here, so I've got it plugged in. Right. I just have it. So I've got it right there. So we end up doing it where it just pops up and tells you this is bad news. We're going down. And then of course when it reverses to the upside, we get that alert as well.
If you want, what you could do is you can make a free trial. There's 7 free trial, and then you could just like show the forecast, but it's fine. It'll take some time anyway.
I got we're gonna start sending the alerts out for the bull planes and bear planes for the major up or major trend reversals, but the confirmation of them. But right now it's just on the tool. Like you have to have the tool and see it pop up or alert you.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, long story short, we're not expecting any bounces to last for a little bit. So if you're
not expecting any bounces to be sustainable, right?
Yeah, bounces I just look at as opportunities to sell. Like you can see right there, like price couldn't even get up to the 5-minute trigger before coming right back down.
No.
Because hourly velocity is at the most extreme right now. So, that's an obvious short. It's just, short bounces until there's a bullish 1 and 5-minute trigger crossover. Once that happens, it's more than likely not going to go straight up to the hourly trigger. But what it will do is it'll start repairing hourly velocity. We'll probably enter a couple of day period of just chop while hourly velocity gets better and improves, and any new lows would just be bullish divergences. And that's when we can start expecting a reversal, at least back up to the hourly trigger.
So your views are changing into your views are changing into the late winter and early spring, I'm assuming, or late spring, maybe February, April, into a more bearish stance, right?
I don't think there's much to be bullish about right now, especially with the daily trigger crossing below the weekly trigger, and especially with QQQ just breaking below its weekly trigger only yesterday.
That's right.
No, we can see QQQ come all the way down to 325, and then probably not a one shot. First, the hourly trigger is crossing below the weekly trigger on QQQ right now. There can be a bounce up to the hourly trigger. That will likely be a great place to get short again.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Amazon's showing, so all the big tech names, all the big boys are showing they're coming into a cross, and they're the options market for those tickers on that cross, on any surprise good news, ends. The options market ends right at the cross as well. So an example being the implied move today for Amazon is up to its daily trigger that's crossing its weekly right now. So even Amazon is like, yeah, even if you get a good fucking report, the options market is there to sell that right at that cross above.
Yeah. It's very doubtful that any upside move on Amazon will be sustained.
Oh yeah, agreed, 100%. Now, do you think I know there's some people out there that this morning we were talking about, and my view is going there as well. It's not for me. It's not confirmed yet. I need to see that confirmation rejection on the daily and weekly cross. For me personally, I need to see that attempt to repair, and if it doesn't repair, that we begin that march lower. But even saying that, with no catalysts like a COVID or a war. I know people want to use war as a catalyst, but without any real true like, hey, we're in World War III or some kind of nonsense, or I don't know, JPM is walking around looking for free cash like we did in 2000. That wasn't JPM, but there were other banks doing that. But without that catalyst, I know that there's a fervor where we are right now. I'm like, I got bears like foaming at the mouth here, and I'm like, easy. I'm like, this should be a process that takes months, not a week. Do you want to say, are you thinking more along the week, or are you thinking more along the line of it's a process it'll take 3 to 6 months to make those moves lower?
Yeah, I think right now where we are with SPY at its monthly trigger, I think maybe there's a drop more downside left, but I do think we are due for a relief rally off the monthly trigger. Now, whether that only gets up to the hourly trigger
Or the
at
daily?
419, or whether it bounces all the way back up to the daily, I think that bounce will end up having to be sold.
Yeah, I agree.
And what I plan on warning my group is that when we do get that bounce, if we do get that bounce, it's not a reason to turn bullish at all. More of a reason to get ready to short
To
right back
short
again
heavy as fuck, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So the daily trigger crossing below the weekly trigger pretty much solidifies the idea that over the next coming months we're going to head down further, but that doesn't mean there can't be a sharp bounce back up to the daily trigger before continued downside. I'd expect one large bounce off the monthly trigger. Whether that bounce could take us to the hourly trigger of 420, the daily trigger to 430.
Yeah.
But that's when I think the real move down will start, and price will then break below the monthly trigger.
Yeah. With the failure of now with this happening, right? And the failure to get a new high this year on the previous high of January 2022, right? We had the high in January. Remember, we entered January 6th and started selling, right? Yeah. And so we had the downside move for all of 2022, right? Came all the way down into October. Started coming back up from October into the new year, and then came all the way up into most of 2023. We came up, but we failed to get that new high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get that failure of getting that new high, that whatever back test there would have been, either on that previous high or way back down to 350. Do you think the door is now open? Not confirmed, but open to lower than 350 by springtime. Is it you think there's even more propensity to get even lower, like 3,000?
I'm not turning into like a crash bear right now. More of just my macro overview now is short rips back up to the hourly trigger, to the daily trigger. Like I'm not getting bearish for like a crash necessarily. But again, like I was very bullish up until Wednesday. Like up until Wednesday,
I was too. Absolutely.
Yeah, price was above the weekly trigger. Price was above the hourly trigger. Price was above the daily trigger. There was no reason to be bearish.
But there wasn't then either. You have to have
right.
You have to explain to the people that you need to be confirmed for each level of bearishness, and then when you can even jump in on that stuff. So, or bullishness, doesn't matter.
Exactly. So I was definitely bullish about even probably within, let's see, Tuesday, October 17th. Like I was bullish. Price was above the hourly, daily, and weekly trigger. But thankfully, one day later, Wednesday night, we saw Boex move into the propagation zone, and price was still at 433 at the time. So at 433 is when I gave the full bearish signal for SPY, QQQ, all tech stocks. I was like, okay, like I was fully bullish over the past couple of months, over the past couple of weeks, etc. But now things look bad. Now things are starting to look really bad.
Yeah, the bears are just looking for that close the door. They're about to close the door on the bulls, and it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be
right. Exactly. So that's a good part about being able to adapt with different data prints night to night. because I was able to warn subscribers about incoming downside already at 433, and now we're $21 lower in a week.
Yeah.
So you can have bullish views, you can have bearish views, but on the macro, but as long as you can adapt when the data changes or when price loses an important trigger. Like for example, it doesn't matter if I think the market's going to 500 in March. If price breaks below the weekly trigger yesterday, then I'm going to be bearish, because that's
Yeah,
a
exactly.
huge all that. Any thesis that I have always has an invalidation level where I then go and flip the other way.
Yeah, it's the same thing where the cool part about it too is that if price goes above the daily trigger and the hourly comes sweeping back up, then the daily swings high above the weekly trigger, you have to change that warning
Exactly.
over to, hey, we're getting bullish again, start getting long. You can't. There's like
Exactly.
people start being like, what about going to the downside? It's like, no, man, it's invalidated now. We're going higher from here. So close those fucking
Right.
shorts out. Let's go. Let's get long.
And that's how you make profit. If you just have a
Mhm.
thesis and you just stick to it and stick to it and stick to it when things are going the other way,
Yeah, they're
then
wrong, 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 wrong,
that's
wrong.
how you get wrecked.
Yeah.
So having BOEX being able to clearly define when the market's stable, when the market's unstable, helps us have a macro outlook. BOEX moving into the propagation zone last Wednesday was obviously very bearish. That sounded all the alarms, which
Yeah, but that's my alarm or that's when my bear alerts on this fucking tool, man, was like done. Wednesday
and
was bad.
yeah,
Wednesday was bad, then Friday was really bad of last week. And then we resolved the Friday, but we still had to resolve the Wednesday. I put a post on Twitter about it last week, and we cleared out the Friday, but we did not clear out the Wednesday. And then this Wednesday, this Tuesday, the close, dude, that Google, man, like Google was like bad. Like they
yeah.
needed stellar, and they didn't get that stellar.
Google had 3 bearish weekly divergences and sold
Mm-hmm.
right down to the weekly trigger.
Yeah,
But
we were bearish on
yeah,
Google. We were bullish on Microsoft. We got that one. We got Visa. I was scared about Visa, but and I really wanted to see Snap hit 20, or it wants to go there, but it's still not able to get up there. It might be able to get up there after this the 27th expiration for their options chain, but I'm actually interested in Snap to this day still, trading that.
yeah, yeah. I took some Lotto Snap calls
Right
because
on.
there's a lot of selling the day before,
Yeah,
but it went up to 1150 at 10.5 calls, but it
yeah, I did it
didn't hold.
twice, right?
Yeah, but it didn't hold the move, so I ended up taking a loss. But I only bought 5 contracts, so
And it
it was just
squeezed
for.
up into the open, didn't it, yesterday or something? I thought it was into the open. It was squeezing up again, like
I
like
stopped watching.
8:30 or something.
But yeah, but right now we're this close to the monthly trigger. Like if I had kept my puts, which I wish I did once price broke below the weekly trigger,
Mm-hmm.
right here is where I'd be closing them, because I can't really expect much more downside with SPY this close
Mm-hmm.
to the monthly trigger. So maybe it gets down to 410, maybe it just starts to chop here, and starts to set up a reversal later. But right here is when I would start closing out. Closing out shorts.
Do you
So
think?
I wouldn't really be. I obviously again, on the macro, daily trigger crossing below the weekly trigger makes me think that we won't get back up above 430 anytime soon. But right here, I don't think is the best place to be bearish, because we just dropped
Mhm.
from the weekly trigger straight to the monthly trigger. Right here is, if anything, where I would expect SPY to start catching some support at the monthly trigger.
Do you think that whether we trade this 418 or 412, 410, do you think that they're to me the Santa rally or the holiday rally or that happens usually at the end of the year, not always, but when it does happen, seasonally it happens as well. On average, the trade is with the Bulls, not the Bears, like 70% of the time. So, but price matters. Oftentimes, the holiday rally, quote unquote holiday rally, the expectation, or on the surface, the expectation is, well, that's all time highs for the year or something. When in reality, it could just be whatever the low of the season is. There should just be a ramp. Do you think that there will be no holiday rally for this fall? They will any holiday rally into the 31st of December will be
I mean, I think we're probably going to
suppressed.
have some sort of retracement back up to the hourly trigger or even to the daily trigger. I think
Mhm.
for the hourly trigger at 419, the daily trigger at 430, I think those are reasonable targets from here, but I wouldn't go long just yet. I would want to see some kind of turn first,
Mhm.
and then long a pullback. Like I'm not in a rush to get long, but I would hope the monthly trigger at 410 does its job and provides its support. So although I would not be shorting anymore after this leg down, I'm not ready to get long for a bounce until we see some implications that a bounce is ready. Let's say the 1 minute trigger crossing above the 5 minute trigger, hourly velocity start to appearing. Right now, it just looks like, sideways chop, maybe a drop more down. But again, it's very, very, again, honestly, hourly velocity just printed a lower print. So yeah, there may be a teeny bit more downside, but
Mhm.
here's the last place I'd be shorting out of this entire drop.
Yeah, the trade was last Wednesday.
Yeah,
The trade wasn't today.
it just bothers me so much how quickly I cut all my short positions. Again, I have to invert the chart for next time, because I looked at it, and if you invert the chart and you see how bullish it
Yeah, yeah,
looks,
yeah,
I
yeah.
I
Yeah.
would have held the entire time, no doubt. So I am like really kicking myself about that, because I really could have played this way better. But I hope some of the subscribers just held puts throughout this entire thing.
For me, man, for my own personal trading, I'm a dip buyer. Now, I don't trust the dip buys. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday, I bought some weekly calls on the bottom on SPX. We bounced down below on SPX, and I bought some calls weeklies. We blasted up north right into the close, anticipating all those earnings. My weeklies had printed 100%. I fucking closed, took the money, left some zero dates on, added some zero dates for like the 15-minute time period after the closing bell. But I even said in stream here, I was like, it's not sustainable. And you also want to see the back test of that hourly trigger hold to even attempt to go up to the daily trigger. And of
Right.
course, that following, or in the overnight and the rest of the guidance reports that came out and all other bullshit, we started rolling down on Wednesday. Um, but I guess I'm asking that question because as we're down here right now, I'm considering putting on my second quarterly call spread for the 29th of December. Now, and I realize that there's risk here of that sell on 430 or even higher, but or that it's not sustainable. I don't know if I'm on the same agree. I mean, I I understand the mechanics of waiting until we're above the hourly again to try to make the attempt for the daily and the weekly
Oh, I
to
wouldn't
get
wait till we're
long.
above the hourly. I think right here, if you're willing to have a stop loss below the monthly trigger,
That's what
then
I'm saying, man. Unless we start rejecting that monthly trigger, dude,
yeah,
I'm on that fucking trade for December 29th.
yeah. I
Um,
mean, odds here statistically, you have a better chance of bouncing up to the hourly trigger than breaking down below the monthly trigger.
yep.
So with the trigger at 410 and the hourly trigger at 419, it makes more sense to me to take that long trade. But I just personally wouldn't do it until there's a bullish 1-5 crossover and I see the hourly velocity start
Yeah.
repairing. I'm not in a rush to try to catch the bottom here.
Yeah.
Uh, but I agree. Like I really do think downside should be wrapping up right here at the monthly trigger.
Yeah. I'm not
So
bearish, man. I mean, I'm bearish, but I'm not a bear until we reject that. I need to see any attempt by buyers to, or not attempt. I'm looking for the failure of buyers at the daily trigger cross on the weekly trigger. Like the failure, the
yeah, I mean,
will, the sentiment,
yeah, with
all
any
of it.
major trigger cross, you would expect a retracement usually.
Fuck yeah.
So
Like,
it's very possible that SPY could
and
go
it's a
back up
liquidity
to
grab,
a
and
daily
you've
trigger.
got oversold conditions. You've got like
Right.
sectors oversold, all kinds of
Yeah,
mechanics that just have to happen for that confirmation. Um,
yeah,
so for me to be like, I'm buying puts like with, for me to be like, I'm buying puts with conviction. Um, it's not going to be until that happens, and then I'll switch to
yeah.
bear town.
I
Like I'm going to be a fucking
I
bear at
doubt
that
I'm gonna
point,
buy puts again until another move up to the hourly trigger. Like
bro.
I'm
Like,
done with it now.
yeah, dude, I want to see that DT fucking reject and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
super
where I would
fucking
load it.
bear.
Yeah. If there's a bounce back to the daily trigger after the daily trigger has now crossed below the weekly trigger, we expect the daily trigger to provide a really strong rejection.
Fucking
Um,
huge.
yeah, so that's probably the next place I would get short. But yeah, I mean, statistically, you have better odds of hitting a long trade here up to the hourly trigger than shorting to below the monthly trigger. So I would say,
Yeah.
a quarterly call spread could probably work. And then if price does continue to head down to the monthly trigger, what you could do is you could close out the short side of the trade,
Yeah.
average lower into the long side of the trade, and cut the whole thing if the 5-minute trigger crosses below the monthly trigger.
I'm watching premium kick in on these call spreads right now. We're at they're at 760, they were at 740, and we're literally bouncing around here. Like right in here, we went from a 440 420 call spread for December 29th. It was right here, it was $7 or $740. We're now at 760 right here. What price is right here, price down here. So a big $20 difference in those spreads. So
Yeah,
there's a little bit of rotation here. That doesn't mean we don't roll back down though either, guys. Like I gotta tell you, if you're watching this program right now, what James is saying here is that even if you're looking for that, like, hey, Cap, is this the bottom? There is still a high probability of, it's like if you're going to do a call spread, it's not going to matter as much. But even if we squeeze up here and then rip back down and slam into that monthly trigger, and then there's the actual bounce. So and that's that consolidation forming that tentative bottom action that he's talking about.
yeah. By the way, there was a perfect 3 bullish divergences right before this bounce, so that's nice to see. So now we can see if the 1-minute trigger can cross above the 5 here,
Yep.
then velocity can start repairing, and then we can start to get that move back up to the hourly trigger.
Yep.
So let's see what happens here. Again, 3 bullish divergences are usually the start of hourly velocity turning.
Yep.
So regardless of if this crossover is successful or not, we most likely just put in the most extreme hourly velocity print to the downside. Looks like capitulation, which again we expected. Again, as price nears the monthly trigger, and if you want to know if the monthly trigger is going to hold or not, you want to start looking for bullish divergences forming 5 and the hourly. So it starts at the 5-minute level. You can see in the chart, it's really clear. There was 1 new low, then 2 new lows, then 3 new lows. Just recently, right to the right of where it says dip buy on your chart.
Yep.
So like a centimeter to the right is the first new low, and then you have consecutive lows where 5-minute velocity did not print a lower low. So yeah, I would say this is more than likely right now where we stand. Whether we do get a bullish cross, which isn't expected, or a bear plane, which statistically is higher odds. Either way, this is going to be the most extreme hourly print, and hourly velocity next hour will, for the first time since the downside started, will probably be able to start repairing. So we'll see how this looks.
Hey, you know what? Heads up too. So I was long Visa, like just owning Visa, but it's just kept like grinding. But if you, in your own time, when you have a chance, take a peek at the weekly and monthly velocity. It's just been on like massive decline, even though it's like a huge price velocity divergence on that ticker. I ended up exiting it after on Tuesday. I ended up exiting, but that one's just like prime fucking candidate to short into the depths of hell. At some. Hold on one second here. All right, let's see it. Let me check the chat here and see if anyone has any questions for you. Now, give me one quick second here. If you guys have any questions on YouTube or Twitch, ask away. Does anybody have any questions on Twitter, or not Twitter, on Twitch or YouTube? Let me read both of, see what you guys are saying. The positioning was Tuesday through Thursday afternoon. Friday is lotto day either way. That's from David AMS. Mr. Talking Monkey is asking, how do you think this will affect VIX?
I haven't taken a look at VIX in a while. I've been watching SPXS instead.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow. Looks like VIX is above its monthly trigger.
Do you think VIX can hit? Well, it's not even. Well, so from my perspective, at least on VIX, I posted the VIX seasonality chart on Trade the Trigger, the handle Trade the Trigger. So you can go back and look at that if you guys want. And the VIX seasonality. And now the other thing too is you shouldn't see VIX spikes to 30 unless you do begin to break below that monthly trigger, right? So you start seeing sigma moves outside of the expected ranges. So right now you're not going to see that spike unless we begin to break underneath that monthly trigger. You'll actually start to see it too if we reject that daily trigger on any retest. Price starts to break below that 410. We still haven't actually broken trend either on SPY. I know some people are saying we broke trend, but we haven't. Mathematically, we have not. Here's SPY. Let's look at SPY really quick. I'm going to just show you guys to the exact, we have not broken trend to the upside. So hold on here. Let me give a quick one with trigger screen. This is SPY right here. You can see these channels are calculated with high math, not me or you drawing this at home. If I go to a one-day chart here, and this is going back into December. We can just do it at SPX, so it's cleaner. And you can see that we're actually above trend. This is the low from October down here. And we still have not broken that October trend low. So we still haven't technically broken trend, brother. I know that some people try to set, like, I remember this. I remember in October, everyone was trying to claim that they called the rip in December and March. All these large accounts on social media were like, this is when the trend changed. But it didn't. Trend changed October 12th down here. And we've run that trend since October of 2022. No matter what anyone out there tells you, that is when the uptrend began. And trend has stayed there. We've been on trend since then. So even where we are right now, this goes back to that same conversation. The bears put the door on this market. They need bears need to see that rejection up here. And then we get it on. Or I guess the other thing would be if we broke the monthly trigger up here, and then the daily trigger chased down, like start chasing to the downside, and then we just get that capitulation move. This would be like a 1987. My only problem with the 1987 correlation is that shit didn't take 10 days, 3 weeks, fucking 4 months to do. So I'm not on the 1987 bullshit. This is not a 1987 move. It's not measured in a 1987 move. None of it works. So you'd have to see that break of that monthly trigger, and then you'd want to see the daily come down and start to chase all the way down and have that serious collapse that you guys are talking about. So even right now, just from a mathematical perspective, we are still on trend from the October low. Nothing has actually changed here, and this would still be considered a pullback. So am I bearish? Yeah. Is there a warning for risk-off behavior? You get goddamn right there is, but still no confirmation of the bruh. They don't understand. You know how it goes, man. You and I both know that it's like you get the cacophony, and it's like scream, 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 scream. And this is bulls too, man. Bulls do this shit like all the time. Like they're like, we're going. I'm like, have you been long for the past 5 days? No. You find out they weren't. You find out that they were long on the 5th day or the 10th day or whatever it was. And so the cacophony is really fucking loud, and there is an actual reversal. there's an actual reversal. We're actually selling into these late bears. So you know, for the screaming or whatever, even on Monday, all the screaming that was going on, I was like, yeah, you're not getting your 1987. And as a matter of fact, in our chat right now, we've got people trying to claim that this is 1987ish, and it's because they need that validation for the claims they were making last week and all that kind of stuff that we're going to have 1987 type crash or something like that. But whatever, it's okay.
I really want to see the 1 minute trigger can cross above the 5
Yeah,
minute
we're
trigger.
watching it right now, brother.
If it does, I mean, technically it does set up along with a stop loss below the 5 minute trigger.
Yeah, targeted at 417.49 and a half or so. You got another target up there, 419.94. Let me see what else other questions people had. Let me go back. Give me a second, brother.
Sure.
Where the VIX might stay up during this time instead of tanking. So VIX could stay elevated, but don't expect VIX to like $30 unless there's something unexpected. You guys have to understand, it's not just negative. It's not just a matter of being in negative gamma. There has to always there. You guys gotta understand. This is the same thing with up or down on VIX. Okay. You don't get elevated VIX unless it's an outside of an expected move. Okay. So if you have if you've got a 1 sigma move expected and you don't go outside of that 1 sigma move that's expected already, you're not going to get a VIX spike. You can even staircase the market down to the depths of hell and not get the VIX spike. You need outside you need moves that are outside the expected move. And right now, on a monthly basis, we are expected to bounce off the monthly trigger. So if you want that big VIX spike, you're not going to get it unless you break below that monthly trigger. Hold on a second here. It has to be outside of your expectations. Hey, where can we trade right now, right? Can we trade here? Where is the low probability trade? If we trade that low probability trade, do you get that VIX spike that you're looking for? Black Thursday. How do we get triggers on TradingView? Those are releasing very shortly. We're testing them in beta testing. We're building in alerts and all of this other stuff. It's going to be some time, next week or two. I think maybe another 2 weeks. I got some devs working on some other stuff in the background that aren't quite done yet. What else do we have here? Yellen's talking live. Black Thursday. What else do we do? Let me see. We'll scroll through some of this stuff. So Cap, here's from Trade Moxie. This is for you, James. So Cap is James saying he'd wait to go short at 430, where the daily 29 EMA crosses over the 129 EMA. So do you think there's a short here or not?
I don't think there's a short right here. I think the short just happened over the past week. I think if anything, if the 1 minute trigger crosses above the 5 minute trigger right here, which can't tell just yet. Usually I could like have a better clue, but right now I honestly don't know. Then I think SPY will start crawling higher, hourly velocity will start repairing, and probably on our way to head back up towards the hourly trigger. Of course, stop loss and invalid if price breaks back down below the 5 minute trigger. But I wouldn't be going short here unless there's a trip back up to the hourly trigger, or halfway. And then if there's a bearish crossover, one crosses back below the 5, then I'd get short again. But I don't think there's opportunity to short anymore. Not this close to the monthly trigger.
Not with conviction, right?
No, not with conviction.
This one should be right about there.
I am curious to see if we get this bullish crossover or not. I may be willing to go long if there's a bullish crossover for a scalp.
Yeah, I actually like today. So a couple things. I love the idea of squeeze into the close on Amazon. If I was short Amazon, I'd be wrapping them up soon. I'd trade this market up into 4 o'clock, 4:15 this afternoon for a giant squeeze higher. And then we've got some good.
Yeah, Spy's likely gonna get the bullish crossover here. So I think 414.50 possible here if there's a bullish crossover.
Give me 1 second here. Dixie rolling over, HYG squeezing to the moon, VIX blasting to the downside right now, Apple recovering. We've got NDX looking like it's making a turn right now. You've got on a 1 minute chart, you've got the 27 EMA crossing the 129 EMA on a 1 minute basis right now. Price still not following on SPX. Do you want to talk about, do you want me to go through some, I don't want to put you on the spot right here. You can just say no if you want to. But do you want to review, I was going to review 4 tickers for the end of the day today. I was going to go over Amazon, Chipotle, Intel, and Ford. I don't want to set you up, or maybe you take a break and come back and we'll look at them, or no?
Do they have earnings tonight?
Yeah, I think I've got earnings for all 4, but I can give you a break, man. Come back.
I'll give you a prediction on all 4 right now.
Nice. I got mine too. Hold on. Hold on a second here. This is gonna be fun. You give me your predictions, and I'll give you.
Write them down.
Hold on a second. And it's got to be up, down, and then it'll sell off by morning, or it'll hold, or whatever. Like that's what because like the other day I was like I like Microsoft to go up and hold. I think that anything on Google is going to get sold. Even I'm bearish on Google. Say whatever you want to say. So we got Amazon first, so CMG next.
Here, let me do Amazon last. CMG, you said?
Yeah, we'll do Amazon last. Do CMG, INTC, F for Ford, and then we'll do Amazon. Do in any order you want.
Okay, I'm gonna go with CMG first. So what I do to predict earnings doesn't always work, but it definitely has a higher than 60% hit rate.
Yep.
I check retail positioning and inverse retail. So for CMG, retail looks like so 106% increase in put buying, 41% increase in call buying. Looks like they're heavier in puts than calls.
You got it.
I would go long CMG.
Yep. Me too. Now, next question. Hold on. CMG. Do you think that any of those longs would be sold for profit?
When I talk about going long for earnings, I sell put spreads. But let me see. CMG.
Yep. Do you think that any like gains would be sold?
Yeah, probably.
I agree. Okay, so bullish
on the hourly, daily, and weekly triggers.
I'm with you on that one. I'm doing this on my own in the background right now too because I was like halfway down through it. So price target on CMG today. If you're listening right now, upside price target on CMG 1900 into their close. That's the expected move in the upside. Downside expected move 1710 on CMG. Their velocity on the daily is looking pretty sexy right now. They have a higher low in velocity, believe it or not, at this point. Though you do already have a cross on CMG, bearish cross, daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger. Any good news from CMG should still sell the ticker down to 1657. So just a heads up on that. Well, I'm going to show you guys these charts later in the day, but I'm with you on this one as well. Sell the news, STN, but expected good. I agree with that. What else do you want to do next? Which ticker do you want to do next?
So INTC, I don't see much in the options positioning, unfortunately. It looks like most positions are closing out, but Boex looks bearish. So I'm going to go with a bearish view on INTC. I think it'll be sold.
Hold on again here. CMG. Sell the news, but bullish.
INTC just bearish.
INTC are just bearish. Okay.
Yeah. And definitely, even if it goes up, sell it. Okay, what's the next one?
So INTC, I'm gonna expect. So I'm with you on CMG. INTC, I'm on a week close to $30. You know what? No, I'm on the I'm bullish on INTC to $35. I'm actually bullish on INTC into there.
Okay.
But I don't think
So-
it's sustainable. I think it's sell the news still.
So actually, a few days ago we did this. I do it all the time, but
Mm-hmm.
we got let me see. I'm just scrolling up to find it. We got a bunch of earnings predictions right, but okay. So yeah, we had
Yeah, we've been
bullish
pretty spot on
Microsoft.
over here too, dude. We've been like nailing them.
Yeah,
Like
we
high
were bullish
accuracy.
Microsoft, Snap, and Visa a few days ago for earnings.
You got
The issue with the ones that you've told me so far is that none of them had like overwhelming retail positioning towards one side.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, Microsoft and Snap had tons of put selling, which is indication that price will go up on earnings. And Visa retail was positioned on with puts and had sold calls. So that was indication to go long, simply inversing retail. I want to see if there's any that are overwhelmingly retail positioned into one side, because those are the most confident picks. INTC and CMG, I really just had to go off of VOX.
Here comes the cross right now, brother. I'm trying to get this more accurate here.
Oh yeah, so for example, for right now, again, you want to see the 1 minute trigger really cross above, but
We'll
a
start with that
long
one right there.
position would be able to work with the stop loss below 413, like 15 or so.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we actually get the crossover or not.
Leave that right there so it's less.
I think we do get it.
Well, we're getting it. I'm long here,
Yeah,
so
we're probably getting it.
I'm already long calls, so let's see.
Yeah, I like it.
The okay, so we got CMG out of the way, INTC out of the way. Let's do Ford next.
Okay, so give me 1 second.
We don't have to have the same what we think. We do people I get put on the.
You can tell me after.
You and I get you and I are people that get put on the spot all the time. People are like, "What's your prediction?" And then they're like, "Hey, you got one wrong," but they never want to talk about all the others you get right. So you can be wrong, man. I don't.
Oh no, I'm just gonna give it an honest go. We'll see what happens.
Exactly. Just be honest all the time. And
okay, so
dude,
Ford.
guys like you and I have haters everywhere, brother. You're gonna get haters. It's what it is.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm just. Oh wait, Ford isn't loading for some reason.
No worries, man. Take your time.
The ticker is F.
F baby, Foxtrot.
Yeah, it's not working. Oh, I know why. There's an issue with Ford because the code reads it as a Boolean, like true or false, when you just type in F. Yeah, SPY did get the bullish crossover. I'm not gonna long because I can't pay attention right now, but
I hate doing this too. I hate being fucking calls while this is happening because I fucking do the same thing, dude. I'm like blah 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 blah. Shit's going up and then it reverses on me and I'm fucking the red. So Ford.
Yeah, so I'm asking Justin from Deep Dive Stocks if there's anything we can do to check, because right now there's nothing.
Ford, I'm kind of. Yeah, I like Ford here. I think they're going to come out. I think they're going to. So I'm bullish on Ford across the board. I'm just bullish on Ford here, and I'm bullish because of there's a now if the talks break down, that's something different. But as of last night, it looks like they're going to try to run with the resolution trade on. They're going to try to suck it off. They'll be cracking bears and shit on their guidance, saying that everything is fine. The end is near on even I don't know if that's true or not, but the UAW strikes. I'm bullish on Ford. We'll come back to that one. You want to do Amex next?
Yeah.
Or not Amex, I mean Amazon next.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm bullish on Ford.
Amazon.
I'm bullish into their close, I should say.
So this is actually interesting for Amazon. So basically, there's a 127% increase in put selling, but there's also a 516% increase in call selling. There's also a huge long position that was open last week that still hasn't closed, a call position, and Velux has moved into the propagation zone yesterday. Tough call.
Tough call.
Yeah, because there's very conflicting data.
Okay. One second here.
Yeah, the other two I was able to give one. This one, conflicting data. I don't really have an answer. But with all this call selling, I might guess bullish.
You're guessing bullish?
Again, usually just inverse the biggest position. So the biggest position right now seems to be sold calls. So it's probably what I would say.
But
with no conviction.
I'm bullish here on Amazon. So you said you're bullish on Amazon? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Or
no,
neutral?
I said
neutral.
I said I would inverse. Yeah. I said I would inverse the sold call position. So yeah, I'd be bullish.
Oh, you're bullish? Okay. I'm bullish on Amazon, but I think that it gets trapped in that sell the news. I think whatever it sees, it's by open tomorrow, it doesn't hold.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it. I wouldn't
like
think it would be worth playing in any means.
Yeah, 128. Well, 130 maybe. You could probably see 130 in the overnight, and then I don't think that holds. I think it's just a chance to exit the market.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
It's gonna get ugly. Amazon's gonna get ugly.
I don't think any of it will last. But the others were easier. This one, there's sold puts, which make you lean bullish. There's call selling, which makes me lean bullish. But there's also a huge call position still open from last week. They're sitting on some red. And usually I would inverse that as well. So again, the easiest ones to track are when there's one big retail position in one direction. And now we're not seeing that. We're seeing three positions. We're seeing sold puts, sold calls, and bought calls, and we're seeing a bearish VOX. So very tough for me to give a definitive answer. I am right now trying to see if I can get the data on Ford, so I will keep you updated there.
Yeah, no worries. I'm bullish on Amazon, but I think that I'm going to write bullish, but I think market conditions will be. I think market conditions will force selling regardless in the overnight between today and tomorrow, possibly in the weekend. I think it's just an opportunity to exit the market. I think if you're long Amazon, this is your last chance to get to exit. So I'm actually, let me see. I'm bullish on all four of these tickers, and I'm surprised that I'm bullish. I'm more than likely going to get one of these wrong, but we've got no answer yet on Ford from James. We do have bearish on INTC, bullish on CMG, bullish on Amazon. CMG and Amazon, there's caveats of sell the news on both of those, and then we'll get back with James and see what he has to say about Ford.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, that all sounds good. Let me see. Oh, I'm missing some of what's being asked here. Oh yeah. Here's the other thing. Hold on, give me one quick second here. I got something I gotta do, James. Give me a second, brother.
Sure. I ended up hitting that long on the trigger cross. I just sold it here.
Yeah, I'm long right now, bro. So I'm good.
I sold it for 5%. Nothing crazy, but
Copy. Is live on the show. Do you have any questions?
yeah, I'd expect some resistance right here. 420-ish, 414.20-ish.
I'm still long here, man. There's this little. Let me bring this over here. I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna move this over for you guys right now because you've got a pullback coming here. I'm gonna snap some really thin lines here. There would be a little one. Make that yellow. Just little tick marks there. There's another one right here.
By the way, Cap, and just a big thing that's helping with my trading is just waiting for a setup instead of just shorting after a setup. Wait till a setup. What I mean by that is
Yep.
wait for a bear plane, wait for a trigger cross. When there's no trigger cross and there's no bear plane, I just stay in cash, and then I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait. And it doesn't matter if I only take 1 to 2 or 3 trades a day, but I like to only take a position only once there's a trigger cross or a bear plane or something like that.
Do you like the cross or do you like the back check to make sure that it's still legit? Do you trade?
I like
the first high and then back and then up?
I like half on the cross and half on the retest.
Yeah.
That's what I usually do.
Yeah.
And if it's a position that I want to hold for maybe a bit longer, I'll take a call spread on the bullish cross. I'll cover the short side on the retest of the 5-minute trigger, average down on the long side. And if there's a break below the 5-minute trigger, I'll stop out. Otherwise, I mean, again, you're playing statistical odds, and on trigger crosses and retests, statistical odds tell you it should hold and bounce higher. So,
yeah, Meta. I actually had an alert yesterday on Meta. I think my buy on Meta had an alert yesterday on it. Well, someone's asking about Meta right here because I'm bullish on Meta into next year. Yeah, and I got a tag to buy Meta yesterday. I'm bullish on Meta here. Matter of fact, I haven't had a chance to, but someone just mentioned Meta in the chat. Did anyone out there see the new Meta? Or James, have you seen the new Meta VR where it's an exact replica?
Yeah, I have seen it. Really cool.
And it's not in the uncanny valley. It's like it skirts above the uncanny valley. Like the uncanny valley would be where it's unbelievable or it's not believable. Not unbelievable like, oh my God, unbelievable, it's happening. It's uncanny valley is when something seems off. A great way to explain uncanny valley is when I tell you, if you were to pick up a stack of leaves and you place them on a table, on a piece of paper, and I said to you, make the leaves look natural. If you were to place them by hand, it would look unnatural. If you were to drop the leaves onto the piece of paper, it would look natural. So there's like a human hand forcing the idea of something looking natural, but that video to me looked natural. It didn't look fake. Did it look fake to you, or did it look uncanny, or no? James,
sorry, what was the last part?
do you feel like that video was uncanny or no?
No real opinion on it.
Did it was it striking to you or scary to you, or did it no opinion on it?
This is technology nowadays.
Yeah. And then do you know about the background of it, how it's being disassembled and then reassembled, the signal of, so rather than compressing video to give like a VR experience that's compressed video, it's sending all this data and then it like comes back together and gets reformed on your end, like two different ends. I guess rather than me sending you video, I'm just sending you the data or something. I don't know how they're explaining it, but he explained it on a video I watched yesterday, and I was shocked by it. I'm bullish on Meta here, man, into all of next year.
I just want to see that for a second because I'll tell you like this: the VOX doesn't look bullish, but the hedging heat map shows pretty strong purchasing support below price. So I want to take a look at it.
Hey, I'm gonna try to see if I can send you something on this, but I have this fucking feeling, not a feeling, it's from data, but Meta, dude, they're like, we were all making fun of. I made fun of VR too, and I don't think VR necessarily. I'm of the thought that VR is being done much better in Asia, but watching that video the other day was like, woo, shocking improvements in. Have all of you guys seen that video? Let me see if I can find see if I can find it for you guys. Put a link to it. Hold on. If you guys haven't seen the video that I'm talking about.
Oh, by the way, he said currently there's no way to check the data on Ford, unfortunately.
On here. Yeah, you can't check the data on Ford. Is that what you're saying? Tommy said hi, by the way. I hope he's doing well.
I will.
Hold on here.
Oh, does Pinterest have earnings today?
Not. I don't know if they do or don't. I'm trying to build a. Did they ever catch that guy from? Did they ever catch that guy from Maine? That shooter up in Maine, or no?
Don't think so.
Here, I'll give you guys a link to that Meta video. Now, Lex Friedman, I'm not really a fan of his, so don't think that I like Lex Friedman. So don't be like, oh, Captain watches Lex Friedman. I'm not a fan of his personally, but some of you guys might be. So don't take it like I'm condoning Lex Friedman. This video has more to do with the experience. Now, I did watch this entire video. I just posted a link to it inside of the chat for you to click through. You can watch it later if you like. It didn't delve into uncanniness. If it had there's two parts of that video that were important to me. One, it was not uncanny. It looked real. Second thing was the implication for sex, porn, believe it or not. If you like that AI hype, you're talking about a feeling of literal. This isn't like being in VR and not feeling like there's some parts of VR are still like not realish, but this kind of VR, it's like you're standing right in front of somebody, right? Like I'm standing right now in front of you. It's very, very scary. Its implications are scary, and I wasn't a fan of the VR world that he was creating or he pushed or showed prior to, but this one here, man, is, to me at least, I'm thinking that there's gonna be some kind of a bid over this this video that he showed. And the coolest part about it was how, instead of compressing video and sending the data, you know what it reminds me of? When we talk about space exploration and trying to reach the speed of light and send humankind across the way, we have the technology to do it right now. And how it would be done with small nano ships, like very small, tiny ships. And then rather than sending a big ship, I guess the way to describe this would be, rather than having a big starship, right, that goes across light speed like you watch in movies, you'd send very small particles that would reform once they arrive. Once you get them up to light speed, it's easier, cheaper to get all these smaller vehicles up to speed. send them where they need to go, then they rearrange themselves and come back together after light speed and very far away from Earth. So I think the transmission in VR that he's trying to accomplish is amazing. I was blown away by this, by the way, by that video. I don't know if you guys were or not, but I was. The video is wild. If you watch there's 2 key points in this video. Number 1 is the experience, but number 2 is how they're going to make that happen. Like, it doesn't break, but it circumvents a lot of the problems that we have with compressing one-on-one real-time VR experiences. Come back to check the 1-minute trigger right now. Yeah, you need the cross for the failure. There's no cross yet. So the cross for the downside cross. For the downs, someone's saying they think this is where you short. You need to see the break of the 1 in 5 minute. Failure of bulls to regain the high, and then you take the short right there. But not until all that happens.
I think upside looks like it might be over for now.
Yeah, we got to see. So you've got earnings into the close today. You've got the risk off warning with the cross of the daily trigger over the weekly trigger. Did you say you had something on Pinterest?
Yeah, I wanted to know if there was earnings tonight, because I actually love doing this because it's surprisingly accurate, just inversing retail positioning, but they don't have earnings tonight. Are there only 4 earnings tonight? I would love to check for.
Here, I'll list them all off to you. Hold on, brother.
Okay, let's go through one at a time, and if somebody can just write them down.
I'll write them down. Hold on a second here. I'll go through each one for today.
Again, not every time there's retail betting strongly in one direction.
Yep.
That's what we need to see.
If you want me to give you anything with like a high expected move first, or I can just go from the list from the top to bottom. Do you want me to go top to bottom?
Yeah.
What?
I want to see if there's anything that stands out.
Anything that stands out? Okay. Anything that stands out for huge moves here. Well, it's all being calculated. DXCM. Dexcom. DXCM.
DXCM.
Yep.
Let's see.
Because I don't even know if that has options, but
It does, but there's not much in the chain. Let me see something.
So DXCM has a expected move of 11.2%.
I'd bet bullishly here, just based on BOX. Again, nothing major in the options positioning, but I'd bet bullishly here.
So that ticker is Dexcom, ticker symbol DXCM. Next big one would be with like, oh, dude, MBLY, Mobileye.
MBLY.
Yep, Mike Bravo, Lima, Yankee.
If I find any that retail is overwhelmingly positioned in one direction, that's a one that I'll take.
Mobileye is a big one. Do we trade Mobileye around here? That's a big one for us. That's an Israeli. You probably should have said that. Pissed off half the crowd. MBLY. It's got a 9.7% expected move.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have options positioning on this, but I would guess bearish based on BOX.
Okay, you know what? They do usually beat their ERs, but they tend to sell their. I think they tend to sell their ERs. Next one. ARGX. So Alpha Romeo Gamma X-ray.
Okay, let's go. I just want one. Where retail is.
We'll find one, dude.
Piled in calls or puts.
And then I'll go through the heavy hitters after this. I'm going through the larger implied moves here. So you can keep scrolling through these. It's Pretty big day today. Pretty big release day. We got a lot of tickers releasing today.
Your data is processing for ARGX.
See if I see anything here.
So I have a
Oh,
resistance
dude.
level.
Bro, Hertz Global Holdings, HTZ, 14.5%.
Okay, I'll do it in a second. Okay, ARGX again, no options positioning.
They might not have any options on it.
Evo looks bearish.
Let's go on the ones that people are, the ones that we know that there's lots of options on. I'm going to go through some of those with you. I think Hertz might be a big one. HTZ might be a big one. Hold on, I'm just going to go to the top here. Ready?
HRTZ.
HTZ.
Oh, HTZ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the other two didn't have options tables.
Let's go. Let's just do MasterCard, MA.
Okay, this one they're betting long, HTZ. So
HTZ.
I would, yeah, so I would inverse that and bet short.
Bet short on HTZ.
Yeah.
This is into earnings. So the close when they ring the bell today and you get the earnings report, are we bearish or bullish?
I would bet price goes down.
Well, it goes down in their report, right?
Okay. So here's the issue. There's also put selling here. So there's call buying, which we always want to inverse, but there's put selling, and the put sellers are the most accurate in our market.
Mm-hmm.
So again, not a clean one, but I would still inverse the calls and go short.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to MasterCard, MA.
MA. It's weird because when we did this a few days ago, the majority of option positioning were one directional, and now we're seeing so many like mixed. Oh wow. So there's huge bets on this tonight. So there's calls, there's sold calls, there's puts, and there's sold puts. Very unhelpful. Yeah.
We'll get to. I see you guys saying end phase. We'll do end phase at one point. We'll get to end phase, brothers.
I can't believe there hasn't even been one yet, but I'm checking yesterday to see how they were positioned yesterday. See what changed. Okay, so yesterday they were very short with puts and call selling.
Yep. They sold MasterCard, by the way, already.
Oh, I didn't even check the price. Okay, so
MasterCard's been on a tear selling.
Because they're heavily short, I would bet bullish on MasterCard. So that
I like it too into the close. I like MasterCard today. That's my most that's my largest conviction trade.
Retail is extremely short.
Very short. I'm gonna go with and they're probably on that Visa stuff, but I'm looking at it right now, and every ticker we've talked about, this goes all the way back to Amazon, CMG, INTC, Ford. My favorite ticker here is likely MA at this point. I'm bullish on MasterCard here. Oh, they already reported? No, then I can't. Heavy bullish. I didn't know that selling was on their report. I'm bullish on them right now. What's that?
MA already reported?
That's what they're saying.
Oh.
But what they are right now, like right at this moment in the close, I'm bullish on them. I'm bullish on MA.
Oh, they did report.
They already did?
Yeah.
Yeah, 360. This is a buy for me on MA. This is their low from May of 2023. March of 2023 is 342.
Wow, that bullish trigger cross led to some nice upside.
Yeah, I'm still long here, man. I'm not done.
Cut.
I'm up to $1.40 right now in calls. We're gonna come into this first bit right here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but right up here. I guess if MasterCard are reported, I like MasterCard here. I think it's great, a great buy here. All right, I'm flat here. And then if you're looking for another dip buy here, there's the rest of all this stuff up here to take out. This next target up here is 416.41.
I cut on the first pump and then I wasn't watching after, but I would have added at the 5-minute trigger there. This is just the textbook trigger cross, retest of the 5-minute trigger and pump.
They only gave me 60 cents, man, on that whole fucking move.
You cut?
I caught him. I'm cut right now, but I'm looking to re-enter again. I want to enter.
Nice.
I want to buy that one right there if possible. If it just runs up there, it runs up there. But if not, if it pulls back and gives me another entry, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I wish I would have been watching. I would have bought that off the 5-minute trigger retest because you can have such a tight stop there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you lose 3%, and if you win 20%, 15%.
Yeah, I needed to see like.
Nice cut, by the way.
I needed to see like the failure of bulls here, and then I would take the short right there. But nope. And now I'm looking for this pullback here and the next leg up. So there should be another pump here in just a minute.
Yeah, and like we said before, that was likely going to be the worst hourly velocity print that we've seen throughout this whole downside. So it was. Hourly velocity has now started to repair. So again, once we were at 412, that close to the monthly trigger, the last thing you wanted to do is go short. And like we mentioned in stream, like statistically, you had way better odds of the trade up to the hourly trigger than down to the monthly trigger. And we were talking about entering call spreads. Obviously, those would be a nice profit right now. And you could have just closed the short side if we headed down to the monthly trigger and closed the whole thing if we sold below. So again, like once we started nearing that monthly trigger, that's when I was like, okay, unfortunately, because of the daily trigger cross, like in the macro sense, it looks like there's now going to be a ceiling at 430, but that was definitely not the place to be getting short.
Yeah. I'm going to look to buy another one here. Hold on. Now I'm looking at 415 Cs. Got the first tag on this first yellow line, so I'm going to remove this. Got the new high in the previous. We got the new high back here. Right here, boys and girls. Got that one. Now we're trying to tag this one right here. And then we're going to tag this one above here after that. We should get one more nice, fat, juicy push up here. Dude, MA, I like it right here. Now I want to buy MA. I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, I want to buy MA. Did Visa keep going down? I didn't even check to see. Dude, I sold Visa like at the fucking top, bro. At the fucking top, I bought it. Or sold it. Like right at the fucking top, dude.
Like, well done.
Dude, 238, I think I sold. 240, somewhere in there. And I was bing out. See ya. Thank you very much. It looks like it's recovering right now. Looks like Visa's recovering right now. Okay, so we did MA. Let's do the you want to do ENPH next? People are gonna be interested.
Tonight?
Dude, it's tonight, bro. I didn't know it was either. Wow, just a heads up that remember that $740 call spread trading $780 right now. It was for $740. Now trading $780. No, $790. Nope.
Okay, here's a good one.
$798. So you ready for this? That fucking call spread that was $740 is now trading $798. $800 basically. Look at that call spread I gave to you earlier today on the show. I said I'm looking to buy a bottom. I said you can put a call spread on down here. I said they're at 750, then 740, then 760. They're now trading 799. 799 right here.
Cap, ENPH is a good one. We finally got it.
Let's do it, brother.
So ENPH, they are loaded short. Completely short.
Ooh.
So they're heavy in puts, and they sold a ton of calls. So oh shit, I'm on the wrong date. Never mind.
It's okay. I do that shit all the time. Dude, sometimes I'll click in like SPX and SP will come up. I'm charting SP. I'm like, fuck, I got the wrong goddamn ticker right now. They all look the same anyways, but
Okay, never
people,
mind. So long. They're long interns.
they're, dude, the ENPH crowd is, ENPH crowd, they're always fucking long. I mean, they're like fucking
I was
Tesla bulls.
on
I'm a
Monday.
Tesla bull, but what's that?
I said I was looking at Monday. On Monday, they were positioned very short. Um, okay, so I'll explain like this. Yesterday, they were positioned completely short, and longs were gone. There wasn't a single long. Today, we see shorts are still in, and the longs came in today. There's 232% increase in call selling. With this many short positions, I'm gonna bet bullishly on EMPH.
I'm
That's
bullish here on ENPH too.
that's my bet.
I'm betting bullish on ENPH too. I'm with you on that one. They don't want to see it go though, because if it goes, it's gonna fucking move, dude. 114.93, 115 on the table.
Yeah, it's not something I would take a position in right now, but it is something.
I don't know, man. This is a snap play, dude. This is like snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if there was a lotto trade for today, if there's a lotto trade pick for today, I'm going with the NPH, just like snap.
NPH. Let me check something.
If there was a lotto trade, that's the one.
Calls are like 400.
I would go like 2 or 3 strikes out outside the money, and that. Well, let me look right now. Hold on a second.
It is up today.
I'll fucking go. Hold on a second. I'm down with this. Hold on. Holy shit! There's no cheap calls, are there? $1.28 for 115s. I don't know, for November 3rd. That's expensive. Dude, $1.15 call for the next expiry on ENPH is 84 cents. Fucking crazy. This is how you guys blow up your accounts, man. Even if you are right, fucking like ENP. All right, I'm gonna retract my statement on ENPH. ENPH is built to take all your money. Now it's reminding me of Snap. Like, should it trade 20? Yes. Are they going to let it trade 20? Fuck no. They're going to snake your 70 cents off your 115 target. Oh, dude, I missed the SPY call. Fuck, I should have bought that. I should have bought that bounce right there. I should have bought that bounce right here on
the 1 minute.
On 240. At 240, I should have bought that candle. Should have bought that goddamn candle right there. This one right here, brother. I should have bought that candle right there. I should have bought that candle. Target 14.15, 4:15.41, 4:16.41 next. Yeah, dude, I'm still bullish here on. Let me rephrase all of it again. Bullish on ENP, the most bullish on ENPH, but the dealers are gonna fuck you either way. That options chain looks like ass. I'm sorry. Maybe enter ENPH tomorrow. All right, how about another one for you? Ready? How about man, what do we got for reports after the bell here? Make sure I got this right. So after the bell today, we've got Intel, Chipotle, Ford, Capital One. You want to try Capital One?
What's the ticker?
COF, I believe. Ooh, I got a big one for you for tomorrow. I should have bought that fucking. I didn't buy them, man. That pisses me off now. Any of you guys long calls here? Congratulations! We're gonna rip some faces off here in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, 415.14 I think is gonna get hit, but that's where I would expect another resistance. Data is still processing for COF.
The other one that I would ask for today into tomorrow would be the other big one for tomorrow would be XOM Zome for Exxon Mobil.
Oh yeah, sure.
We got to do Exxon Mobil for tomorrow. Maybe Auto Nation too.
The thing is, XOM for tomorrow, I would have to check the data tonight to see how they're positioned for tomorrow. But I'll shoot you a text.
We have a question here in the chat saying, do you think we're bullish on IWM? No. We talked about it all day long today. If the market, so S&P 500 is going to be S&P 500 is going to be, so Willie, S&P 500 is like the litmus test. Now, I know that IWM can diverge from S&P 500. I know that DIA can diverge from S&P 500. But as long as these conditions persist, any short-term bullishness in IWM would expect to be sold, as well as right now SPY has an expectation of any upside moves to be sold as well. Yeah, it's okay, Willie. I got you, brother.
By the way, EMPH had perfect bullish hourly divergences before it ripped on Wednesday, from Wednesday to Thursday.
I'm bullish on them today. I like that trade up on ENPH. MA I like right here too. Even if they reported this morning, I like them right here. It's like old men stocks, dude.
415.15.
What's that?
I think SPY gets 415.15. 415.15. I mean.
I've got 415.41. I've got a tag of 416.41, and then a tag of 417.
That's where I have like strong resistance. 415.15. But we'll see. I wouldn't think it's just gonna bust through that so quickly, but maybe.
We'll see what happens here.
Was there any other ones for tonight?
Just XOM for tomorrow. What's today's data say on it?
Okay, I'm checking.
And I'll look too here for tomorrow. See, that's an S&P 500, right? So if oil does well tomorrow, should give us an idea as to what happens. I'm bullish on Zome here. I'm actually bullish tomorrow. I'm bullish on XOM. I am bullish.
Right now, I don't think I'd be able to help you too much.
Yeah, I'm bullish on XOM. Even though
yesterday they loaded puts. Did it go down or up today?
I think it went down today.
Hold on. Yesterday there was a huge increase in puts, 1,000% increase.
Mm-hmm.
It's red but barely red. Yeah, so they're loaded on puts right now, which would be a bullish indicator for tomorrow if they don't close those out.
You're bullish or you're not bullish?
If they don't close out those puts, I'd be very bullish for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I'm bullish, but I think it follows the market down if we reject the daily trigger on SPX or SP 500.
Right.
$2:48 in the afternoon. So I'm going to set up some of these. I'm going to set up some charts here So we've got 1 hour left until the close. I'm going to set up some charts in the background. I'm going to set up some charts in the background for the earnings releases after the close today. I do need to let you all know that I cannot be here late today. I have past couple of days I've had some stuff coming up. I had to pick up my daughter today and take her to a game. So yesterday I was gonna come on and stream yesterday at like 11 or something, and then I couldn't. Like it's like I'm getting like my daughter had to go to a doctor's appointment, and then like today I gotta bring my daughter to something. So I got like some daughter stuff that I gotta deal with. So today I can't stay late on stream due to family obligations. Now I will set these charts up for the close. I'll stay with you guys here at 4 p.m. for the first like 10, 15 minutes. But then I'll probably leave the stream up and have to leave. And I'll have my wife turn the stream off later or something. So I'll try to keep the stream up for you guys till like 4:35 p.m. or something like that. Now, James, can you read the chats or no?
No.
Let me see. While I worked on these charts, I wondered if you could answer some questions. Let me see if I can keep you talking here to keep. Well, first of all, follow James Roland. I posted his Twitter handle on Twitter just now. It's the top post on my Twitter. So if you will go to that Twitter handle, make sure you follow him and see what he's talking about. And James, I'm going to ask you a question from the chat right now. Okay. If you don't want to answer it, don't bother. But
no, please.
CVX reports tomorrow. Can you give any insights on CVX tomorrow?
Yeah, I could give it. After market closes, I would need to see how retail is positioned, and then I would inverse them. But for today, it's not going to be super helpful. It's only going to be helpful when I see tonight's report. That's the only issue.
How about Tesla for right now?
Tesla for right now?
Yep.
Yeah, 1 second. As of today, they're all in puts for CVX.
Yeah.
As of today, they're short. So if they hold on to those tomorrow, I would expect upside.
So look for some upside tomorrow in CVX if they continue to hold.
If they hold those puts, yeah. I'll
shoot
you
Tesla.
a text. Yeah. So Tesla for today was reading bearish. Okay, so VOX for Tesla is in the propagation zone, which is bearish.
Okay.
So until VOX can exit the propagation zone, I wouldn't be bullish. We do track Tesla every single night, give a prediction for the next day. If you want to check it out for free for 7 days, you can create a free trial on memestockwatch.com every single night. If you guys go to I'll show you how it looks. If you go to my Twitter profile right now, so you could look at the first tweet. It says MSW uses a combination of 6 data points to predict future price action. If you want to just go on for 1 second, I'll just show you how it looks.
Go on here.
You could bring up Twitter on your screen, Cap.
Oh, Twitter? Hold on. I'll bring up Twitter. Sorry, I was in the background doing something else. I'm tighter. I'm going to go on Twitter and do what?
And just go to my last tweet.
Okay, hold on.
I think a lot of your audience would actually appreciate this because it does make it super simple.
Yeah, I'll bring this over right now, brother.
Did we get?
Is this this is the post right here, right? It says at MSW we strive to help give retail investors an edge.
No, the one right under that. The one right under that.
On here. MSW uses a combination of 6 data points to predict future price action.
Yeah, can you bring that up on your screen?
Yep, it's showing to the people right now.
Okay, so
why don't you talk about this and while I do some other stuff in the background?
Okay, so click onto that picture for a second. in that tweet.
Okay. I
The
clicked on
second
the Apple chart. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, the one with all the data points, the second picture on that tweet.
Got it. Triggers, LDPM, VOX, heat map, snap graphs, options table.
Exactly. Hold on one second. Yeah, if you could just enlarge that. Yeah, so that's Apple's movement from today. There we go. It's block. Okay, a little bit of it is cut off.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can. Is that better like that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So
Bring it down a little bit so you can see the.
Okay. So every night we post 6 data points: triggers, LDPM, VOX, heat map, snap graphs, and the options table. The main view of what these data points are. So triggers are acceleration levels, LDPM is liquidity levels, VOX measures an equity stability, heat map tells us if price goes to X, dealers will be forced to buy shares. If price goes to Y, dealers will be forced to sell shares. Snap graphs give a prediction for the next 1 day, 5 day, 10 day, and 20 days, and they have over 60% accuracy for all of them. And the options table monitors how big money is positioned. So yesterday for Apple, the data print for the triggers was above the monthly trigger, but below the hourly, daily, and weekly triggers. The interpretation for that is macro bearish while price is below the weekly trigger. Then we have LDPM. Below the data print was below all LDPMs, which is bearish until price can get back above its daily LDPM. Then we have VOX. VOX is in the propagation zone, which is bearish until proven otherwise. Heat map, unstable and in a gamma squeeze. There is no purchasing support if price falls and IV rises, set up for disaster. Snap graphs, bearish. The snap graphs are predicting bearish price action over the next 1, 5, 10, 20 days. Options table, shorts remain in their position from yesterday. Big money is positioned bearishly. So all 6 data points for Apple were bearish, and then Apple today sold $5 straight off the bat. So every night we post this chart, and then on the bottom you could see those dots in the box, the bottom middle box. Shorts remain in their positions from yesterday. You could see those little small circles. So you could click on each one on the website and you'll be able to see the triggers, LDPM, VOX, heat map, snap graphs, and the options table, what it looks like itself, so that you can check those out. This table just interprets it. So every night we post this for SPY, QQQ, Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Google, GME, AMC, and not to promote myself in any way, but I would say that the hit rate is definitely higher than the miss rate. I'm not giving any predictions myself. I just interpret the data and in the writing on the bottom. So if you exit this picture, if you exit this tweet and you scroll down to the tweet below.
Hold on, say there. You said exit this tweet, right?
And scroll down to the tweet right below it.
Yep. Let me bring this up here.
Yeah, so that's how it looks when you get on. So Apple data report from last night. Everything continues to look very bearish in Apple, and further downside is expected. All data points point to further downside. And then once the daily trigger crosses below the weekly trigger, all bounces to the hourly trigger, daily trigger can be sold, and price will likely head down all the way to the monthly trigger. So, give the 1 day prediction, just general macro view. So the first picture is the triggers and the LDPM. And then if you click, you can see that purple circle towards the bottom. And if you click on the next one, that's what'll bring you to the table that we just showed before that. And the next circle is VOX, the next one is the heat map, and the next one is the snap graphs, and the next one is the options table. So we post that every single night for 8 stocks, and the data is really good. I mean, Captain can attest. VOX is very good at predicting future price action. Snap
Yeah, I
graphs
use VOX. Yeah,
so if this is something that you're interested in, you could try it out completely free for 7 days and then totally just cancel the free trial if you don't like it. If it's not something that interests you, but if you're trading anyway, it helps to have a macro understanding of where price is most likely headed, and then live trading it is much easier. If you're bearish, then you just wait until price action looks bearish. Let's say you get a bearish trigger cross, and then you just get short. If the forecasts are bullish, you simply wait until there's a bullish trigger cross, and then you go long. So if you're trading anyway, it helps it helps you with a macro view, and then the live trading becomes a lot easier because you already know where you're expecting price to go, if that makes sense. So maybe something that you guys are interested. If you are, you could try it out completely free for 7 days, and then if you don't like it, of course, you can just cancel, never be charged a penny. And if you do like it, it's $20 a month. So I would like to think that's fairly cheap. So yeah, that's basically what I do. The subscribers that we have currently do seem to enjoy it. Obviously, right below that, if you want to go to the next tweet, you can see the bearish QQQ forecast from yesterday.
Let's see it. Hold on. There it is, right there. Is this it?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on, brother.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one right there, right?
Yeah. So if you can click on that picture, that was the QQQ data report from 2 nights ago.
Let me click back over here.
Yeah, so QQQ is once again presenting us with a very confusing set of data. When we take a look at VOX, it appears as though VOX is trending towards the stability zone and clearly attempting to exit the propagation zone, which would be bullish. The 1 and 5 day snap graphs seem to agree with this analysis as well, as they're pointing bullishly. The issue is that shorts piled in on today's pop and longs close out half their positions. Additional bearish data points is the unstable heat map and the fact that QQQ is in a gamma squeeze. My analysis is bearish, as even though it appears that VOX is looking to exit the propagation zone, it currently is in the propagation zone, which is bearish. Instead of trying to forecast future VOX movements, I'm focusing on the here and now. And then, therefore, I lean bearish for tomorrow. Keep a close eye on the hourly trigger. If price can break above the hourly trigger, QQ will likely accelerate to the upside and Mason VOX leave the PZ tomorrow. As long as price remains below the hourly trigger, I think we'll see QQQ fall right back down to the weekly trigger. So when the day opened up, price was below the hourly trigger. I went short, and QQQ ended up breaking below its weekly trigger and dropped $9 to the downside. So again, like the 6 data points that we use, like when you combine them all together, they do tend to give a very decent analysis that can be helpful when it comes down to the live trading. SPY and QQQ in particular, they usually are fairly accurate.
Hold on a second here, guys. I got a close that out right there. We'll just leave. I'm gonna leave your Twitter up there for the moment. I got one more thing I gotta do here. I gotta set up CMG.
By the way, Cap, I can't hear you anymore.
You can't hear me anymore?
Why.
You can't hear me right now? Am I losing him?
Oh, there it is. There it is. I couldn't hear you. I somehow turned my volume off.
I'm gonna bring this back over here. I gotta do one quick thing for this close right here. CMG 1915. Oh, dude, I'm bullish on this close here. I shouldn't be, but I am. Like I'm not normally like bullish on all of these closes, but I am today. What else we got here? 1 second, brother. Just set these up for the close here. What do you say, James? Power hour or sour hour? The next hour.
Trying to look right now.
Or sideways. I guess sour hour is down, power hour is up.
So 5-minute velocity looks good on this pump right now. That's what I would say.
Yeah. I'm on power hour until like 3:45, and then woof, big red bar down. That's what I think. What was it here? What is this one? INTC? God, what up? Like INTC is such a dead Like you can't even trade options on it. It's such a dead. It's like another old man ticker, 3470. 3105. You like the INTC was I'm trying to remember what there's something happened with INTC once. And I like picked the direction right, the options right, and it squeezed, and it still didn't pay. DIA is like that oftentimes too. Ford, gotta do Ford really quick. It's like one of those ones where you just own the underlying or short the fucking underlying. For Ford, what do we got to do for this one? 1196. Ooh, I'm bullish on Ford too, man. Still bullish on Ford in this. But even so, man, it just shows like dude, these fucking dealers, dude. This is another
That was
retailer.
such a beautiful trigger cross, retest, and explosion to the upside. Like this
Mhm.
is just textbook trigger trading.
Bro. Textbook, brother.
Yeah. Textbook.
And you know what's crazy here too is the dealers have the downside covered on Ford. Now they're gonna grab the upside.
I
NPH
do
right in
see
the
a
middle.
chat on your thing. I do see I recently signed up for MSW and moved to paid sub because I find the data James provide to be great value. Thank you very much.
Oh,
I
that's awesome.
appreciate that. And then I see another one. Haven't you both been saying any rip is worth selling? Yeah, but we said at the hourly trigger or at the daily trigger. So the hourly trigger is at 419.25 right now. So if we get there, that's where I would try to sell again.
Yeah.
And if not, if there's a bearish trigger cross, which means if the 1 minute trigger crosses back below the 5 minute trigger, I would possibly take that short again as well. Although it may just be like a choppy move down. But yeah, I do think bounces are worth selling, but only at the hourly trigger. Because the hourly trigger is below the weekly trigger, we expect the hourly trigger to provide resistance. When the hourly trigger is above the weekly trigger, we expect it to provide support. So when the hourly trigger is above the weekly trigger, I like to buy dips at the hourly trigger. And when the hourly trigger is below the weekly trigger, I'm looking to short pops to the hourly trigger.
All right, so we got the expectations here for the close. We got Ford's up here. That one right there.
I got a run cap.
Because my Discord... I wanted to say, number one, you've been here for 2 hours, brother. I appreciate you being here. Hour and a half, 2 hours. No, 2 hours you've been here.
Love being here.
Fucking love having you here, bro. Always. This is a place for you, by the way, to take some money off the table as we squeeze higher. You can see that supply on Bookmap.
If you're looking... fall in love with any long trades.
No. This is where you take the money right here. You can see this little band right here. Hold on. It doesn't mean we can't continue to squeeze higher. We'll take a look and see. Yep, there's some more supply higher, so we can go higher here. You want to see if this 1 minute trigger holds? We can squeeze, believe it or not, higher. So you want to see the back test of the 1 minute trigger and see if it holds. If it holds, we can get some more continuation to the upside. Hey, James, I appreciate you stopping in, brother. Good to have you here today,
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you soon, and have a great fucking week. No, it's not Friday yet, brother, but have a kick-ass weekend.
You too, man, and everybody watching. Have a great weekend, and see you guys next time.
All right, later, man.
All right, bye.
Bye. Oh, what did I do here? I gotta close the meeting. Hang up the meeting and the call for everybody. Close that one up. We've got the traditional charts on the bottom side. I did chart them out for their anticipated upside and downside moves. So we'll look and see what happens after the bell on these reports. I've got set up for after the bell Ford, Amazon, ENPH, CMG, and INTC. End of the day, SPY. I just took one and made some decent money. There was a second SPY trade. So if you're looking for a SPY trade into the bell, for earnings, I would like to see some kind of a quick rip down to buy some calls. So you'd open up a SPY call chain, and like when they manipulate that last 10 minutes, I would love to see a pullback on SPY down to 413.93. So open up an options chain, right? And start watching that options chain. So something that's in the money right now, down at 413.93. You might be looking for like a I didn't buy any heads up, I didn't buy any ENPH. That the price of ENPH is out there out of their fucking minds. I would own ENPH here, but not the options. The options are just stupid. There's calls and puts just sold everywhere. It's like so an idea here would be, so 413s are $2.39 right now, okay? So for SPY, 414 or $1.41, and for 13s are $2.32. So I would keep your eyes on those two on the close, right? And if you can see those options just like slam down to like 30-40 cents, jump on those bad boys for the inevitable squeeze higher. The inevitable squeeze higher on sorry about that. The inevitable squeeze higher on the close. And you already know you're going to get panic selling around 345 too. You should normally get like big fat red bar down on all of these reports, and then a continuation after the bell. Is anybody going to long XOM, ExxonMobil into tomorrow? I'm fascinated to find out if any of you oil traders out there are going to trade XOM into tomorrow. You're a maniac for trading. Hold on, I'm trying to read this. I'm missing stuff here. I'm a maniac for living, trading M phase. Made my biggest swing trades with M phase. Yeah, no hold on the 1 minute trigger here. Going back down to check the 5 minute. Here's S2 right here. And I'm looking for a pullback right now on SPY to, you ready? 413.93. 413.93 is what I'm looking for. So somewhere right here, this is where my interest is. Somewhere right there. Now just a waiting game into the close. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you guys being here today. And we had James Roland on earlier. Want to say another thank you to him for coming on the show again. You guys know that we've known James for multiple years here. And so hopefully he gave you guys some insights, what he thought and what would happen. And then you've got my thoughts on what I think happens. I actually think we get good reports across the board today. Although saying that, you know, like, I'm sure if I make if I say 4 tickers are bullish into the close, 5 tickers, I'm bullish on ENPH too. So if I'm saying 5 bullish into the close, I shouldn't. My brain is telling me don't tell people that because you're going to be wrong. You're not going to get 5 bullish ER reports across the board. You're like, statistically, I'm going to be wrong in this one, but that's what's telling me to be. So I am long in my thesis on these 5 tickers into this bell today. Now, saying all that, I'm sure one of you are going to come back and be like, well, he got 4 out of 5, but that one he got wrong. Let's burn him with the stakes. Somebody get the shovels. Get the gasoline out. Let's burn him. But you guys know you guys know we nail these things. So you guys are already here. I already give you guys my expectations on all of these EI reports, and we fucking nail them. So hit that like button, baby. Please hit that like button. Hit that like button on Twitch. Hit that like button on YouTube. Remember, everything we do here is free. Everything. Our Discord is free. We've got a free private. We got Captain's Alpha. That's private. You get your levels every day. You've got the Discord is free. All that stuff won't always be free. We've got some handles. We got a website with some tools being built on it right now. We've got some beta tested tools being passed around to different people. Oh, as a matter of fact, too, I made a post on Twitter that said the first whatever many people reply to this, I'm going to get them access to the tool. That you are going to get a DM from me if you were the first people to respond to that post, whatever that post said. You're going to get access to the tool for, I think it's a month or something like that, 2 weeks or a month or something like that. It's not ready yet, but you are going to get access for a free period of time. As a matter of fact, I talked to somebody this morning about rolling that out. Then we've got a meeting. We got to meet with the developer and find out when that can happen. So if you had any questions on that post, it is happening. It's just a matter of getting to it. What else do I have for you today? Let's go over. I don't think we have a ton going on tomorrow. In economic news, I couldn't see a bunch of stuff coming out. It seems like most of what you need to know for the week is done. We'll look at next week's economic calendar and see what it says to expect. We've got Friday. Piece or personal income, baby, nominal. We've got a personal spending nominal PCE index, core PCE index, PCE year over year, core PCE year over year, all that at 8:30 in the morning. We've got consumer sentiment at 10. Then next week, we're looking forward to the 30th. There's nothing scheduled that's major. On Tuesday, we've got the employment at 8:30 in the morning. On Tuesday, we've got the employment cost index. At 9 a.m., the Case-Shiller home price index. 9:45, we've got Chicago Business Barometer. And then we've got consumer confidence at 10 on Tuesday. Decent day on Tuesday. Wednesday, though, is the big boy. We've got ADP unemployment. We've got PMI, S&P 500 manufacturing PMI. Job openings, that's a big one. That's a big one, job openings, dude. The Goldilocks, job openings and unemployment. We have ISM manufacturing, construction spending. That's all by 10 a.m. Then at 2 p.m., we've got the Federal Reserve decision on interest rates and Fed Chair Powell's presser. So think about this right here. I want you to think about this. You've got on November 1st, right? You've got Jerome Powell, and we've got end of month, and you've got Jerome Powell with his rate decision. These GDP numbers are going to be you're going to be demanding blood from the Fed for 25 BPS. Do you get it now, or do you get it in December? Do you get it in like some emergency rate hike in December, like December 25th, emergency rate hike hearing, or do you get it in the late winter or springtime? So we've got that rate decision next week on the 1st. That's at 2 p.m. and then 2:30. That's Wednesday of next week. Then on Thursday, we've got initial jobless claims, U.S. productivity. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got factory orders. On the 3rd, we've got non-farm payroll, baby. You got the Jerome Powell doom on Wednesday, and then you're going to have FinTwit saying, don't worry, bros. We're just waiting on non-farms on Friday. So we got non-farm payroll Friday, 8:30 in the morning. U.S. unemployment rates, that's a big one on Friday at 8:30 in the morning. That between jobs should give you some insight into the unemployment numbers. We already know, the Fed already knows that stuff. We've got U.S. hourly wages as well, our hourly wages year over year. And we've got U.S. services PMI at 9:45, so a big day on Friday as well. So big volatility on Wednesday, Friday. If you're really looking for that volatility spike to $30, that's that opportunity for it next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Or not so much Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, and somewhat on Tuesday. In reality, the biggest volatility next week is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. What else we got here? I think that's it. So you got the news out for tomorrow. We got the news out for next week. So a little lapse in volatility into or late Friday into Wednesday-ish of next week. Yeah, they don't mind inflation. That's what I think. I think, the thing about inflation to me right now is what's really grinding my ass here is the inflation scam that's going to come down the pipe. Hey, like I can already see it. I can already see that we beat inflation. Mission accomplished. Like Jerome Powell sitting on an aircraft carrier. He's got Yellen next to him, and they're like, "We beat inflation." And meanwhile, inflation is just fucking raging. And it's gonna or the moment they're done with that proclamation, inflation's gonna take off again. But you already know inflation's here, right? You and I see it everywhere. I see it everything that I'm like. You guys think you see it, right? I see it in like tens of thousands of dollars in another aspect of my life, like the Airbnb shit, my taxes, my fucking house I own, my kids. Like, it is glaring. When I go out to dinner, and I eat out with my family a lot, right? It is, dude. When I go out to eat, and it doesn't matter. The food quality is going down. It's like you're talking like a local restaurant with my wife and kids, $200-$300. Nice restaurant, $400-$500. I just did a fucking vacation this past weekend. My wife, dude, and my kids just went to see family. That shit ain't cheap, dude. It's just not cheap. Like, and these aren't like big. These aren't like the year long. Like, like every year, you're like, I'm gonna take a week and I'm gonna go to Disneyland. Like, these are like every weekend trips that we're doing. We're going here, we're going there. That shit is like thousands of dollars. Boom. Thousands of dollars. Boom. Now, the cost of living right now, for me at least, is out of fucking control. I got to be honest with you. Out of control. Thousands. Blowing thousands every week. So when they say inflation's down, I'm like, there ain't no goddamn way. There ain't no fucking way. They're lying their asses off. Yeah. I agree with stretching walls. I agree 100%. No, you know what? I got to be honest with you. I got to say something about Michelin restaurants. I want to say something on that topic. Last week, I'm not going to name the restaurant, but so here's the story for you. So last week I went to, Detroit is known for its Detroit style pizza. And there's like 4 restaurant bars that claim that they created it. There's about 4 that like say, hey, we created this pizza. Now, those bars, of those 4 places, if you go there for dinner, right, I could usually get out of there spending about $80 to $100 with tip, maybe $120 if I was feeling generous. That included food, drinks for 4 people. Now, I haven't been back to one of these pizza joints, those 4 pizza joints. I haven't been back in a while. It's been some time. Now, that price tag for my wife, myself, and 2 daughters is reasonable. So if I go to a McDonald's type or casual, not casual, this is a casual restaurant, these pizza places. So like if I go to a fast food restaurant and I can get out of there spending about $10 on average, roughly $10 per person, I'm happy. So $40, awesome. But that hasn't been happening. This would be considered like a local casual restaurant that has full service. So I went there 2 weeks ago. I think it was two, could have been longer, but I think it was 2 weeks ago. And now this is a place that I used to eat out with my family frequently-ish, maybe once a month, and I haven't been going. But I went there on a lark recently. I wound up there for dinner with my wife and children, and we walked inside, and I'm going to tell you what changed. I went inside. This is not the bowling alley story. This is a different place. I go into this place. This is like well known, been there for fucking 100 years, all this other stuff. I go inside. I get sat down. Right? The servers didn't care. I didn't know why originally, but the servers didn't care. They promised me a bunch of shit, never brought it. Just didn't show up. So I had to keep asking. Hey, you're missing this. You're missing my fucking bear. Like literally. You forgot the water that I asked for. Then the food came out. It wasn't that good. There was no care put into the preparation of the food. There was no care. Nobody cared. So we did that. And we get done with dinner and all done. And the server brought me a check. And the price, I think, was $180 or $180 plus the taxes was like $200. No, it was less. It was like $190 or something. It ended up coming out to like a $30 tip or something, like 20%. So I get the bill. Right? It's like a 220 or something like that. I get the bill, and I noticed the tip on it. Now, my wife didn't think that I noticed the tip on it, and she said something to me to the effect of, did they put 20% on or not? And it was 18 that they put on the bill. So they auto-billed me the tip. Now, it was listed in the menu. I didn't see it. I did see it on the bill. My wife thought I didn't see it and was going to double tip. I didn't double tip, but she then wanted to tip an extra 2%. Well, I didn't want to even tip the 2%. And I did do the 2%. And then I waited until after all this to ask my wife, and she was like, well, yeah, I saw that it was 18. I want to make sure you weren't double tipping, and then I wanted to make sure they got an extra 2. I'm like, okay. Now, I wouldn't have tipped the 20. I would have probably left 0. I was angry, and I would have told him too. I would have said, I'm leaving you 0. I'm going to tell you why. Now, I don't normally leave 0 for a tip, ever. But I noticed that, and what it reminded me of was I've been to Europe a lot, and I've eaten in Europe, and it was and the service was reminding me of eating in Europe, and I'm not going to fucking tip if that happens. And I'm not leaving anything. 0. No 18%. You can raise your prices up all you want. Now, I noticed something in this eating thing. 1, the pricing was through the fucking roof on the food, drinks, and everything else we had. Beer, I had a shot, I think. Pitcher of really nice beer, expensive beer. Some great food, great dessert, all that kind of stuff, but it was very expensive. So here's the deal. I'm going to tell you something, okay? If I go out to dinner, and you're going to hit me with the food increases, right? And a required 18% gratuity, you might as well just make it flat across the board. I don't want any bullshit charges. I just want you to make the fucking pizza $40, right? Don't give me a forced 18% gratuity, any of that kind of shit. Just build it into your menu, and then just say don't tip. Now, when you're showing me that it's required tip, this wasn't a party of 8, it's a party of 4. Right? Now, saying all that, the other thing that rubs my ass wrong is you could see the no care. And I didn't know this was a required tip at this restaurant, that they had changed their policies. But I could tell the difference, that people are just like, I don't give a fuck. And I wouldn't give a fuck either. If I have an 18% built in service charge, gratuity, whatever you want to call it, on my meal, I'm not going to care. I'm gonna take your order, get it in, get it to you as fast or not as fast, and I don't have any sword to live or die by. If I forget your beer, if I forget your salad, if I forget your water, what the fuck do I care? My care ends after you place your order. Furthermore, I should get your entire order, right? Not part of it. I should be getting all your drinks, all your food, everything you need. I don't care about your desserts, and then I need to turn your table out, right? So that I can get the next table to sit down. I'm getting 18% regardless if the food is good, if it looks like shit, so the server sends it back, or if they fucking forget. If they forget the fucking condiments or whatever. And that's fine if we're going to do that. That's fine if we're going to do that. But if we're going to do that, right, that means I have an expectation of shitty service, shitty food, and that's what you get in Europe, generally speaking. And what's crazy is someone just said something in the chat about Michelin restaurants, and it made me think of Michelin restaurants and James Beard restaurants. And what it made me think was, just like Europe, here in the States, if we're making that fundamental change where I'm not ever going back to this fucking pizza joint. So if I used to spend $100 a month or whatever at this joint, that's not a ton of money, but it's $1,200 a year. And I tell people I like going there. I tell everybody, hey, go to this restaurant. It's the best Detroit-style pizza. I will no longer tell people that. I will no longer dine there. And to that point, for the huge upcharges at this restaurant in food and service, and the lack of service, that's part of what the charm of this place. Like, part of the charm of this place is that they sell some of the best Detroit-style pizza. They didn't that night. No one cared, including the cooks. The service was normally good in this restaurant. The service sucked in this restaurant. And then the cost of it all combined together for me, guess what I left that restaurant telling myself? And the reason I'm saying this is because someone just mentioned this. And when I was done and paying $230, you know what I said to myself? I could have went into a fucking a James Beard restaurant here, eaten 2 or 3 small plates with a bottle of wine. I could have brought my own bottle of wine in with my wife and kids in a Beard house. In a James Beard house, I could have went in there, got some tasting menu or some kind of like appetizers, brought a bottle of wine, get the corkage fee, and be on my fucking merry way for like $300 with my kids in tow, maybe $400. A full meal at one of those restaurants right now in Detroit's costing me, on the cheap end, about $120 to $200 a person. So I was a little flabbergasted. It's making me want now, like this experience I just had is making me want to, instead of pissing money away on fast food or casual dining, just go to a Beard restaurant or a Michelin restaurant, and just dine at really nice places, just like high-end shit. If you go to real, not, I don't mean high-end. You might have a thought of high-end restaurant being like a, well, I don't fucking know. What's that steakhouse everybody goes to? Like, your idea of a high-end restaurant's probably different than mine, but my experience, I eat a lot in Beard restaurants and Michelin restaurants. You can find some really fucking good ones that are very, very reasonably priced. And there's this like they're like getting so close, right, in cost that and service I know will be better in these restaurants. So I'm in this oh, dude, we just came back down to my green box. There's my green box, baby. Myself right now, on my restaurants, what I'm doing with restaurants is I'm like, dude, I've cut out all the fucking fast food. I've cut out all the fast casual shit. I've cut out even breakfast. Oh no, I had breakfast at a nice place. It was a cheap place this past week. On Sunday we had last Sunday I had a great breakfast that was cheap and reasonable. An old place I haven't been to in a long time, but I'll tell you what, man. Like, if you want me to spend money, I'm down to spend it. But we're moving on up on our like when we just like at nighttime when I'm like, hey, let's go out to dinner. Now it's like, let's find a fucking nice, like, let's find a nice cafe that's like a bare quality. You know, it's not like let's go down to the local famous pizza joint or whatever. So here where I live, breakfast got out of control, brunch got out of control, and now my local breakfast joint is now reasonable again. So we are going there. I did have a great experience there. I was very happy. Let's see if we can buy this or not. In a second here, we'll take a peek. No buy for me right now. A little bit of a roll here in CMG. A little bit of a roll here in INTC. Looks like a ENPH just parked right now. Amazon parked right now. No dip buy for me. If they can bleed this down a little bit more, I'll wait until the close to get some zero dates. Ford trying to hold itself up, actually the best of all of them right now. You know what I did watch this week too? No, or 2 weeks ago. So that happened, right? So the pizza joint happened. Now the breakfast joint. After that happened, I went and watched the video on how Waffle House cooks take orders, how the service staff does it, and the cooks do it. Have you guys ever watched any of those videos on Waffle House? It's bizarre. I mean, it's wild how they do that. Well, this was not a Waffle House, by the way. This is a local diner. Like a local diner. I want to buy that so bad. I just gotta wait. I gotta wait until fucking 4. 3:36. Another 20 minutes left. I gotta sit on my hands here and wait to buy some calls, man. I gotta wait. Did you see that, Mike? Did you see that Waffle House code shit? This is badass, right? And then you know what I looked up afterwards? What do they pay those guys or women or whatever? $14 an hour. I'm like, what? $14 an hour for having to learn that system? Oof. Odabung is long Zomi saying. But they do have it dialed in, don't they? Here goes that bleeding in the end of the day until you got people trying to get out from underneath into this close for all of these reports coming out. We actually have a large number of reports today. See if we can blow some of this up. Let me have it switch over here. Hold on. We're going to get ready for this close here. We'll get ready a little bit early here. We're just kind of looking kind of sloppy, so we're gonna. Oh, hold on, what is that? Webcam? No. Trigger display trimmed? No. We're gonna move this one over. So this is SPY, so we'll leave that up there. And that is Ford down there. So we're gonna move my box over here. We're gonna move me over there. And we're gonna watch these closes. If you guys want to give so number one, this top left-hand side where my cursor is, this is SPOOs. The 1 minute chart on SPOOs right now. There's S1. Here's S3. Down below here, you see the cross above. You got Amazon right here on the right-hand side. So you can see this is the upside and downside expected move on Amazon. If you guys want to talk about your expectations on the close on these tickers, we can. We're going to put the squawker on for you as well. Next one is CMG. Same things. I've got those there for you on CMG. Now I'm bullish on all these tickers and the bell, so I know I'm going to be wrong on some of these. There's INTC in the bottom right-hand side. So here, we'll actually do the 1-minute chart here. We'll do the 1-minute chart in CMG as well, so you can see the crazy town as it happens. We'll do the 1 minute. This is ENPH down below. They're bleeding right now. We'll see if any of these tickers hit their upside or downside targets. We got Ford on the 5-minute. We're going to change it to the 1 minute. Ford looking extra spicy right now. I'm liking it. All right, 3:40. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go potty really quick. I'll be back with you guys at 3:45. I'm going to be back in just 5 minutes. Going pee-pee. And I'm telling you guys I'm going pee-pee. And we're going to do, I'm going to put the new squawker on for you. You're going to listen to this guy talk to you about what to expect in some of these. Let's see if I can put this on here. What to expect for these reports after the bell today. So I'm going to launch this for you right now. Lipper saying U.S. high yield funds see $942 million outflows this week. U.S. investment grade funds see 1.79 billion outflows. What else we got here? Secretary Yellen saying our objective on China export investment restrictions is to focus them on national security as narrowly as possible. She's got a bunch of crap she said about China. Let me just go pee real quick and I'll be right back with you guys. There is S3 right there. Leave that. Oh, you guys can't see this. Let me see if I can show you S3 down here. There's S3 right down below, and I'll be back with you guys in just a couple seconds. Hold on 1 second here, guys. I got to do.
Early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 630 million to the sell side.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
All right, here I come back to you guys. Give me one quick second here. What do I got going on here? Weeble chart. Where's that camera there? There we go. Turn that. Turn that back on again. Turn that off. Where is that? Image. Hitting the wrong thing here. There we go. You can make that a little bit bigger there. Slide that over on the screen there. Oh, put that over. All right, give me one quick second here. And, ooh, I didn't know I had that option of that. That's awesome.
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 720 million to the buy side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
Are you guys able to hear that?
Market on close imbalance 740 million to the buy side.
Okay, that's good. So you do have desktop audio on that one. And then turn this up slightly a little bit more.
So in 10 minutes time now on the closing bell for today's session, do see Amazon reporting Q3 earnings. So Amazon's estimated EPS is seen at 58 cents with their estimated revenue of $141.56 billion. Alongside Amazon, we're expecting Intel around the same time, also printing Q3 earnings. Their estimated EPS at 22 cents with an estimated revenue of $13.54 billion. So again, that's Amazon and Intel both due to print on the closing bell today, 4 p.m. Eastern time.
We also have, so we've got the Amazon chart up here in the center right here, and then INTC in the bottom right-hand corner over here. I want to thank you all for showing up today. And then what else? We've got one more day left of the week. And then comes the weekend. I'm going to do some reading here to you. I'm going to read some stuff off to you here in the background as we await the close here. Man, I want to buy this so bad, and I'm not going to. Just have patience. Have patience. I want to catch this. I want to catch a down move and then an up move like that right there. Come on, baby. You know what? I might just buy it. Hold on a second. All right, I'm long 414Cs. And I don't care if they burn. I think I'm just going to stay on that 414C. And I'm going to hold, and I'll add to them if I have to. Small position, only 25 contracts, so. Let's see what happens here.
I was kind of surprised. From a game theory perspective, which is to say it's the down most from its high. It's down like 18% off the high. It has participated the least on the way up over the last year.
Dude, Meta. I'm on Meta, dude. I'm on the Meta trade.
In, a few minutes. So the point being, if you're looking for a catalyst and the fact that the setup looks like it might be a little bit favorable, it makes sense there. But it is surprising in the sense that the fundamental story and how it plays through to their bottom line is murkier than it is with the likes of Meta or Microsoft.
I mean, AWS and the growth and, the returning to that is going to be key. So how would you assess so far this week, now that we're basically through this batch, we'll get Amazon, of course, and what we make of it and what it tells us, if anything?
I mean, you have some definite surrender happening in the names people thought were safe to hold through this rough period. That's part of the process. These corrections go through these waves. That being said, the wear and tear on the S&P 500 has been significant, and you've been cracking through these hoped-for support levels pretty consistently. Now, today, decent little intraday rally off the lows. More stocks up than down on the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, well, the equal weight S&P is actually like barely down on the week. It just already had its pain. So that, more favorably, you could say that's a catch-down move by the stuff that just hadn't been hit yet. The problem, I think, is trying to draw the macro message out of this market. It hasn't been a positive one for a while, despite the GDP numbers. I mean, I have been trying to make the case that the areas of the market that should have been hurt the most by slowdown fears and rates have already been hit. And then today, you see UPS, Whirlpool. You see Harley Davidson getting taken apart on bad numbers when you might have been able to make the case that they look cheap enough already. So I think it's another wave in that process.
So more earnings, Messiah. I know Amazon's sucking all the air out of the room, but Phil, Ford coming up. I suspect most of the commentary is going to be around the strike and the deal with the UAW.
But estimated revenue of $141.56 billion. Also expecting earnings from Intel on the bell. Estimated EPS of 22 cents and a revenue estimate of $13.54 billion.
This evening will come down to this. When you look at the Q3 consensus, the estimate is that the profits are going to be up about 50%. But I don't think people are going to be too out of whack if the numbers are unless they're dramatically higher or lower. The UAW contract cost is what the analysts will be talking with Jim Farley about. And what's happening with EV investments? That was a major contentious issue that the UAW brought up, that they wanted to have representation at Ford's future battery plants. No doubt that question will come up during the conference call as well. A couple other things to keep in mind. Scott, this is a contract that's going to cost
that's a big
Ford
one here in Detroit right now about that, about the battery.
For all of their 57,000
So we're building
UAW
batteries in Detroit right
over
now.
the next 4.5 years.
There's talk that we'll lose that work in Detroit, that they'll move out of state over those UAW inroads that they want to have happen. I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm pro-union when the union actually gives money to their people, but jobs matter too, right?
Keep in
it's
mind
a hard
that this
fence
is a
to
company
walk.
that is trying to pivot to more hybrid vehicles as EV demand is slowing in this country.
Yeah.
Scott?
All right, Phil, we'll see. Thank you, Phil LeBeau on Ford. Kate Rogers on Chipotle. What should we look out for?
Hey, Scott. So analysts are expecting EPS adjusted $10.55 on revenues of $2.472 billion for the quarter. Comps expected to increase 4.6% compared to the guidance
Chipotle
of
coming
low
out
to
too.
mid-single digits. Pricing, of course, a key focus for Chipotle. It's really maintained its pricing
3
power
minutes
over
left
the
to
last
start to
year,
get some of these
not
numbers.
seeing consumers pull back or trade down in the face of higher costs. It did confirm to CNBC earlier this month it would be taking a modest price increase to offset inflation, adding it's the first time it's doing that in over a year. The company saw some higher prices for some of its items like tortillas and dairy along with beef last quarter, but avocado as a key ingredient came down in price, so we'll see how that impacts its margins. The stock has come off some of its highs, but it's still up about 30%. A year to date, one of the best performers in the sector for the year. We've seen companies that do have that higher price point for consumers like a CMG, a Shack, or Sweetgreen do a bit better in terms of stock performance this year versus others in the space. We're also, of course, going to have a CNBC exclusive with CEO Brian Niccol today after earnings next hour, so tune in for much more on all of this.
Or not.
Back over to you.
Does. I gotta
We'll see you
check.
in overtime. Kate Rogers, thank you very much. Finally, D, Amazon, AWS, reemergence. Are we going to get it or not? Mark Mahaney, you heard him, only 50-50 chance.
That's exactly it, that we need to see a reemergence. We need to see the bottom of that AWS growth deceleration. It's been 6 straight quarters. We've seen margin contraction as well. This is the profit engine of all of Amazon. So it needs to be on the upswing. And so that's really what kind of the quarter rests on. Can Andy Jassy and his team say that we've seen the bottom and then it's going to come up? This also relates to its AI push, because a lot of this is happening in the cloud unit, that massive investment into Anthropic. Microsoft essentially told us that, it can monetize this now. Customers are going to be paying for some of these tools.
2 minutes left until reports.
Higher for Amazon. Last thing I'll say, Scott, is that, of course, this is an e-commerce company, although that is not the profit engine. The margins are much thinner there. We're heading into the holiday quarter, so Amazon will give guidance, and that's got to be good for the street.
Well, we'll see in the next few minutes with that. Deirdre Bosa, thank you very much. I turn back to Mike Santoli. You look at tech, these losses over a 1-week period. Alphabet down 11, Meta down near 8, Intel's almost down 9.
Dude, I want Meta so bad here. Like, I should just buy it.
It's become essentially the source of funds to do anything else, which is possibly to put it in cash, just because they have held up that much better. Look, they are growing more reliably than the rest of
Ford going wild right now.
But they just probably got too much credit for that in the short term. Most of them still in uptrend.
Turn that off in the background. We got some blood here on the close on SPY and on Ford. A little bit on ENPH as well, and Amazon the last minute. Couple minutes there. Not to be unexpected here. It's kind of normal. Ford blasting down right now, trading 1136 into the bell here. We've got Amazon blasting up to the north, now reversing to the downside. Ooh, baby. What do we got here?
So any time from now expecting earnings from Amazon and Intel.
Add another 25 right now. Now on 50. Whoa. Amazon. Woo. Trading 120.97 there for a moment. $120.97. Looking for some liquidity in the upside on Amazon. INTC with another ghost print to the upside as well. ENPH, Ford to the downside, trading as low for a moment there at 11.35.
Amazon earnings coming through now. EPS coming in at a beat at 94 cents on estimates of 58
Print
cents.
that shit out.
So seeing operating income at a beat 11.19 billion on an estimate of 7.71 billion. So net sales coming in at a beat, $143 billion, an estimate of $141.56 billion. Web services net sales x 4x plus 12%, estimated at plus 12.4%, so that's a miss. Amazon Web Service net sales at $23.06 billion on estimates.
Expect a reversal here in just a few moments. You've got some misses on Amazon. Heads up here. It's going to go to the other side. It's going to go to the wrong side here.
6%. Operating income again a beat at 11.19 billion on estimates of $7.71 billion. So online stores net sales of $57.27 billion, a beat on estimates of $56.82 billion. Subscription services net sales a slight beat at $10.17 billion on estimates of $10.13 billion. Physical store net sales are a miss though at $4.96 billion on estimates of $4.99 billion. And North American net sales are a beat at $87.89 billion on estimates of $87.12 billion. So forward guidance, they see Q4 net sales at $160 to $167 billion. So that's on the low end of the prior estimate. That was $166.57 billion. So a slight downgrade to their fourth quarter net sales forward guidance. However, Q3 net sales on this report has beat at $143.08 billion, again on estimates of $141.56 billion.
Actually, some of those misses aren't so bad, like the Amazon stores and stuff like that doesn't really mean too much. So not too bad. Actually, it's pretty good. Amazon with I'm going to call that a beat across the board.
Up as much as 4.2% post-market following that.
Yeah.
So again, EPS and net sales both beating estimates.
Yeah, both beats. That's what really matters. So that's good for Amazon. Amazon now trading $125.94. The misses were just small, like small stuff.
Market fund assets rose $24.88 billion to $5.63 trillion in the week ending October 25th.
Amazon trading 126.0 or 18 or 126.0802 right now. SPY recovering right now on this bell. Now trading 126.53. $120.53, starting to come into the Amazon anticipated or expected move.
Yeah, so again, pretty much beats across the board from Amazon there. Slight downgrade on their forward guidance for next year, but still within the range that was given on the last.
Yeah, the misses were like, shit, you're not going to ever expect them to make money off anyways.
Beats their operating margin beats as well. Net sales beating. They're jumping now as much as 5.7%, topping estimates on their earnings report there. Let's keep in mind, we are still awaiting Intel reporting their Q3 earnings as well.
Amazon right now breaking above their weekly trigger at 126. So right here, this is their weekly trigger. Let me switch over and just show you guys where Amazon is. So Amazon right now trading. If you're long Amazon stock, this is one of the places to take the money and run on their weekly trigger at 126. And then you've got above it one more. We've got one more place of interest above, which is 129.45. So there could be one more top tick up here. Could see one more blast up here. But if you are long Amazon, we are into the weekly trigger at this point. Thanks. There is one more target we could possibly hit briefly before the reversal to the downside. So if you're long the underlying, you might get one more squeeze off of this in the next coming few moments. 405 right now. We're going to switch back over and take a look at the Webull chart and see what else is going on. You've got CMG looking pretty good here. Trading 1850 on the high so far. You've got INTC not doing too much. ENPH going to the depths of hell. Trading 9160. Whoa, even deeper. 7716. Way outside of the 9% move right now on ENPH. Downside expected move was 77.88. Ford going down to the depths of hell, trading $10.96. Their downside move expectation was 11.07. You're watching Amazon with a little bit of a roll here. They might get one more tag to the upside, but that weekly trigger is strong. Just remember that Amazon weekly trigger at 126 is strong. CMG looking good right now in the after hours. SPY trying to hold up right now. Ford, blood. ENPH, blood. INTC, no decision yet. CMG up $44. Still has not hit its upside target at 1915.53 at the moment. What's I didn't get the MP report. Anybody know if they got murdered or what? I got to look at the MPH earnings. Did they beat earnings or not? Let me read it right now. Gotta get back on Twitter. I don't know. I'm not normally on Twitter anymore. MPH. Yeah, NPH down 12, Amazon up 5. Woo. I did get our team. Yeah, I'm going to do some signage for the game. I'm getting interrupted with I need to get like the actual team name. Ford right now trading even lower, trading $10.87 underneath the expected downside move. So Ford at below the 11.07, trading $10.78. And INTC blasting off right now, trading 33.58. 56.46. CMG up right now. Amazon looking to make a second move to the upside. SPY just with another green bar to the upside right now.
Coming in at a beat of $14.2 billion and estimates of $13.4 billion. Mobile eye revenue $530 million. Data center and AI revenues are missed though at $3.8 billion and estimates of $3.94 billion. Client computing revenue is a beat at $7.87 billion on estimates of $7.35 billion. No EPS report from Intel on this. They're looking to their forward guidance. They're seeing their Q4 adjusted revenue at $14.6 to $15.6 billion. Prior estimates was for $14.35 billion. So it's an upgrade to their forward guidance on adjusted revenue. Also seeing their Q4 adjusted gross margin at 46.5%. Prior estimate was 44.2%. So again, a beat on Intel's forward guidance once again.
So far, we got beats on Amazon. CMG looks like it's a beat, although I haven't heard any data on CMG yet. ENPH recovering right now. Ford still in the dumpsters. INTC with a beat. SPY up in after hours right now. I gotta go. I'm in some trouble right now. I'm getting told I gotta leave for a football game. So I'm going to
Intel
leave this
sees
up.
their Q4 adjusted EPS at 44 cents. Prior estimate was 31 cents as well, so that's another beat there as well on forward guidance for Intel.
Intel with good beats across the board, it looks like. SPY looking strong into the close here. If you are with us right now, I'm going to leave this stream up for the next 15 minutes until 4:30. Well, it's 4:10 right now. I'm going to leave it up until 4:30. Remember that last upside target on Amazon of 129.48. Still has not been tagged yet. We'll see if it comes back up and hits that one before the end of the day, before 6 p.m. or even 4 a.m. on Amazon. SPY squeezing up to the upside again right now with 5 minutes left into the end of the day.
Around 7.4% after their forward guidance and revenue are both beating estimates.
So I'm gonna leave the stream up with you. I have to get out of here. I have to go, dude. I gotta do that. I gotta do this. I got a game coming up. I gotta take care of for my daughter. So I'll still have you guys tomorrow morning. I appreciate you showing up today. I'm gonna leave the stream up for you for the next 15 minutes. Have my wife come in and turn it off for you guys around what is it right now? 4:10. By 4:30, I'll have this stream off. So I appreciate you showing up. I'll see all of you tomorrow, baby.
So Intel finally revealing Q3 adjusted EPS 41 cents, beating estimates of 21 cents.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
And so just keep in mind, we are seeing some reports from Israel latest. Israel stating that the key planner of the October 7 attacks from Hamas has been killed. So Israel's military said it killed Hamas's deputy head of intelligence, who it said was responsible for helping plan the October 7 attacks. They killed some 1,400 people. So the army overnight also made a limited ground raid into northern Gaza with infantry and tanks as well. So again, just in case you missed it, this was from Israel's latest. The military saying they killed Hamas's deputy chief of intelligence. So looking now to the market wrap for the US session following the cash equity close. So with another round of poor earnings, stock market fell to its lowest level in May today. Amazon rose in late trading, however, as sales exceeded expectations. So the S&P 500 fell 1.2% during trading hours today, coming closer to a correction, with the index down nearly 10% from its July peak. The Nasdaq 100 dropped roughly 2% when Meta Platforms fell, dashing hopes for a long-term advertising comeback with its earnings report yesterday. Nvidia and Microsoft both lost at least 3.4% of their value, and Treasury yields fell as economic data supported expectations of a Fed pause. So traders also kept a careful eye on geopolitical developments, such as Israel's military stating that it had assassinated Hamas's deputy chief of intelligence, who had accused of aiding the planning of the October 7th assault. The army also conducted a modest ground operation into northern Gaza overnight. So crude has fallen below $84 a barrel, and also elsewhere, the euro fell as the ECB maintained interest rates unchanged as predicted. So after reporting earnings, the so-called Magnificent Seven technology businesses lost nearly $200 billion in value. Aside from Meta and Alphabet, the parent company of Google, as well as Tesla, have all declined, with Microsoft being the lone bright light. Fed Bank Term Funding Loans $109.1 billion in the week ending October 25th, after $108.8 billion. Discount window loans $3.17 billion, week ending October 25th, up from $2.96 billion.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
All right, you guys, thanks for showing up today. I'm going to end up turning this stream off right now. So I want to say thanks to you guys for showing up. I'm going to be getting out of here right now. My daughter is hilarious. Her team is called the Wolves. So I'm going to do werewolves sign, or I did werewolf signs. We are wolves signs. Hopefully I don't get in trouble by the PTA. They're not the nicest people in the entire world. Okay, you guys have a great